Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for the devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop pillars, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
What's up, Rafika? Thank you. Appreciate that. Bitch, what's up? Let me see who else is in the house. All right, y'all been here for a minute, I see. All right. Well, it's actually a wonderful day today. You know, another day to live life, another day to survive. Not just survive, but thrive past Donald J. Trump's bullshit. I mean, make no mistake about it. What's going on right now is going to come to an end. It's going to come to a smashing end. You know, there's a lot of people that like roller coaster rides. You know, I'll put it to you like this. There's people that like to live on the wild side, right? There's people that like to live on the wild side. And some people get their thrills this way. Like sociopaths get their thrills this way, you know. Really get excited at seeing the fear on people's faces. You know what I mean? And you could tell Donald Trump, you know, you could tell that if he's not a sociopath, and I don't know, I'm not a doctor, right? But guessing, you know, you can tell he really likes the excitement. He likes the attention that it gives him, just like a sociopath. So if he isn't a sociopath, he likes the attention like one. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like they kind of thrive off of it. You know, it makes them feel powerful. If you're not scared of them, then it just doesn't work for them. You know, they go somewhere else to find the fear. And my advice to people is fear not. Fear not Donald Trump. Fear not Pam Bondi. Fear not Kash Patel. Fear not, J.D. Vance. Fear not Elon Musk. Fear not Peter Thiel. Fear not any of these people that have just thrown everything to the wayside like it's a goddamn joke, like there was no need for any guardrails, like there's no need for any rules to exist, like there's no, let me tell you something. The American people are going to learn better than anybody else. You think it's going to be exciting what's going on in Venezuela? You think that's exciting? You think it's going to be exciting to take Greenland, right? You think that's going to be so exciting? That gives you a thrill. Well, guess what? Wait till you get your payment. Wait till you get your payment, and let's see how exciting it is. Let's watch the motherfucking dollar drop and sink, and watch the people that get their thrills off of this. You know, the people that want to support Trump. Let's watch all these congressional members, watch everyone in their society go broke and go into chaos, because it will be on your watch. And the American people have guns. And once they start realizing that the Congress and the Senate and the damn Supreme Court, a good number of them, don't actually give a shit about their lives, oh, it's going to be fucking on. It's going to be on. So, hey, I'm happy to me, you think some of these MAGA people think that they get off on thrills. Let me tell you, when you get a taste of your own medicine, I'm going to love it. I myself am going to love the payback. I'm going to love it because, listen, nobody beats the mathematics. Nobody beats the math. As a matter of fact, let me just start off real quick with one thing that I need to do real quick, because it ain't no free rides in here. There are no free rides. I don't know who MAGA think they dealing with, because I don't get no free rides. You don't get no free rides either. Right. So just right off of the bat, there is something you're going to have to do. OK. And or you ain't going to be welcomed in the club if you don't do it. OK. And right off of the bat, I can already see what I'm going to have to do is go like this and put this chat in subscriber mode. So you can at least subscribe, because ain't nothing for free. OK, so anybody else out there, OK, you could join the club like everybody else. Now, I'm going to love it, because one thing I figured out about MAGA people, and I'm going to tell you, MAGA people, the people that voted for Trump, they all have something in common. They jump fast. They jump fast. That's what they have in common. They're not really that patient in their study. No. They jump fast on things like it's a thrill. You know what I mean? Almost like their ego needs it. You see what I mean? Almost like their ego really needs that kind of thrill. It needs it. You ever met somebody that just was never in the club, never allowed in the club? You know what I mean? And the day that they finally get in the club, it just feels so fucking good. That's MAGA for you. That's MAGA for you. But the problem is that they don't realize that you're the only person that kept yourself out of the club in the first place. It's you who didn't want to come there. You hate the club. You see what I mean? And they do. They hate democracy. They hate rules, right? They even hate the foundational concepts, the foundational norms of the democracy they live in, which is really, really strange, because how can you be American and you hate the foundational norms of the country you come from, you claim? That's really weird, but they do. They actually do. And I'm going to tell you, you can see how many trolls like shit for free too. But listen, I'm going to tell you, nothing is for free. Nothing is for free on this earth. And everyone pays the price for what they do. Everyone pay. Now, you might be laughing at the rest of the world right now because you got guns and bombs, but you can't eat bullets. You can't eat bullets. You can't eat bombs. You know, someone's going to have to get out there in the field, and I'm going to tell you, it ain't going to be my black ass. Okay? I'm just letting you know. I'm not getting out in the fucking field. You're going to have to get out there and do that hard labor. You see what I mean? For yourself. You're going to have to pick the pieces up for what you destroyed. And when you have to pick those pieces up, I'm going to be here laughing at you, saying, I told you so. That's exactly what I'm going to do because you deserve it. Now, speaking of the norms, you know, the norms in society, MAGA people are so stupid. And it's my duty to tell you, you're so stupid that you let a con man con you. That's all that has happened. The con man conned you, and through you, he could con the rest of the country. Only through you, because MAGA people were the only people that wholeheartedly believed in Donald Trump. They actually believed in this motherfucker. I mean, how dumb can you be? How dumb can you be? You see what I mean? How dumb can you be? You actually believed in this motherfucker? Like, you're dumb. The joke is on you, and the joke is only on you because the clock is ticking. It's 30 days. Guess what's coming up? I mean, it's going to be another shutdown. And I'm like, this time the American people are more pissed off. And now they know Donald Trump is the actual stooge. See, before they were like, some of these people would just be like, it's just the Democrats. They don't want to fund the government. Oh, what's the excuse going to be now? What's the excuse now? Your health care is not funded, but you done funded a goddamn war to invade a country that's not even a goddamn threat. You had to imagine threats. You see what I mean? And you couldn't even be honest about it. So what's the threat that Greenland poses then? Since you're talking about Greenland, what's their threat? How's Cuba a fucking threat to us? Cuba's been next to us for how many years? Are they a fucking threat? We know who the hell Cubans are. American citizens know what the fuck Cubans. You make them into some big old superpower might demon. Man, Cuba's just a goddamn island. A little ass island off of fucking America. Do you really think American citizens don't know what the fuck? Cuba's just a goddamn island, man? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Leave them alone. Stop antagonizing them. If you leave them alone and stop fucking antagonizing them for a minute, maybe they wouldn't have a need to work with anyone else. Did you know that actually Fidel Castro came to the United States of America first for help? First, before he ever dealt with the Soviet Union. And this is the pattern. This is a pattern. He came and asked for help first. And they didn't want to help him. They didn't want to help him. And guess what happened? They did it anyway without the U.S. You see what I mean? So that was a political error right there. It wasn't that Cubans didn't like Americans. It's that the U.S. didn't want to help them. They just wanted it to be a slave island. That's what it was. They just wanted to have a few barons on there and a bunch of rich people and everybody else just be out in the fucking field picking sugarcane and being servants. That's what it was. You know, they had some mafia goddamn casinos down there and everything. That's basically what it was. Castro came and asked the U.S. president for help first before anyone else. Before anyone else. You see? So don't try to play us about this shit about Castro. I don't give a fuck about Russia. The Cubans are not Russians. Okay? They are Cubans. They are fellow Americans. And if we start treating them like that, the problem will fucking disappear. But there's always got to be somebody that wants to treat somebody, you know, look down on somebody else. See, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. That look down on other people fucking problem. Okay. Cuba can't do anything to the United States of America. Okay. The only thing that's doing something that's making Cubans adversaries towards us is how we fucking treat them. Okay. Sure. Do they have problems? Yeah. But we got a 34th-time felon in the White House whose best friend is the most prolific fucking child sex predator known to the United States on earth. What the fuck is that? Who is Donald Trump to be calling Maduro fucking anything? Bitch, you're the same. You're a motherfucking trafficker. You are the same. Your best homie, you should be in fucking jail right now. Okay? And that doesn't mean anything about Maduro. That doesn't mean Maduro's good. That doesn't mean Maduro's bad. What it means is you are your best friend was a trafficker, and it looks like you were trafficking them too, motherfucker. Okay? You stole money from New Yorkers, motherfucker, not Maduro. You see what I'm saying? So nobody's being confused about this. And you MAGA people, you need to stop making fucking excuses for Trump. Because let me tell you, you are paying these congressional members salaries right now. You're paying them for a lifestyle you don't fucking have. You are the joke of the century. You deserve to be treated like a bitch until you learn how to stand up for your fucking self. Stand up to the people that are actually lying to your ass in your fucking face and laughing at you. That's exactly what those Republican congressional members are doing. Like Lindsey Graham, they talking to you all, these Republicans, these MAGA people, like they stupid as fuck. And they are. They are. They are. But Lindsey Graham ain't going to talk to me like that. I'm going to tell you straight up. That motherfucker is going to have a heart attack after he finished talking to me. Lindsey Graham, you know what I'm saying? And Donald Trump. You all are the only ones that let people talk down to you, and you're too stupid to even realize it. You see what I mean? So this shit ain't gonna last. Everybody, let's have a party, because they think that they're the ones that's on a motherfucking joyride right now. They think they having fun. Okay. Shit has just begun. It's just getting started. The fun ain't even started yet. The fun has not even started yet. Okay. So I want people to enjoy themselves. Don't be scared of Trump. Don't be scared of none of this shit. These people that went along in this thing these people can be tried. These people can be tried because everything that they have to do has to be legal. It has to go along with the law. Even if Trump was able to fool some of these military people that, no, it doesn't have to be nothing about the law. The law doesn't matter. We are the law. Oh, really? Oh, really? If you're the law, then watch the United States of America go into chaos. Since you don't obey the law and you have no respect for the law, what do you think is going to happen in your own country? And who do you think is going to come to save you? You think it's going to be fucking Russia? You think China is going to come and fucking save you? Is that what you think? It ain't going to happen. Who's going to come? What other fellow Americans are going to come to save the motherfuckers that look down on every other American? Who's going to come and save them? Who's going to come and save them? So Donald Trump has fucked you all over. Donald Trump has fucked over the United States more than any enemy of the United States ever had a chance to do. Ever. Because once you soil all your reputation and all your allies, you won't have any friends. And then the fun begins when you have no friends. You see, the world is much harder when you have no friends and you don't know what that world looks like yet. Because let me tell you, as a fellow American, I know that other countries have had our back. I know that the country that I live in, Denmark, has had the U.S.'s back, has had every single American's back, period. Denmark has. You see what I mean? So when you're willing to throw an ally like that aside, oh, you're fucked. You are fucked. And don't expect them to tell you. Don't expect the leader, the prime minister of Denmark to come out and be so blunt and tell you you're fucked. No, that's my job. I'll tell you you're fucked. Because they have a way of speaking in another way. You see what I mean? And you're probably so stupid you would never even figure out. They're laughing at you. They are laughing at you. You see what I mean? They're not worried one bit about what the fuck you are going to do. They are already one step ahead because they figured out something that the American people have not figured out. Number one, the Congress of the United States of America has failed the American people. That's not going on in the EU. Number two, the Senate of the United States has failed the American people. That's not going on in the EU. The Supreme Court of the United States has failed the American people. That hasn't gone on in the EU. and with law, the land is built up. And what they have done while you're sitting there laughing it up is they destroying your nation. They're destroying your nation. They're destroying the nation. And you think it's fun. You think it's going to last. It ain't going to last. It's coming to a tick-tock. And I'm going to tell you, 30 days. 30 days. You know, I mean, it might take a little more. It might take a little more. But listen, the beautiful part about it is that the United States of America is the only nation that is tearing itself down. That's the beauty of it all. Nobody else is tearing down the U.S. The U.S. is tearing itself down. So everybody else can sit back and watch. Everyone else can sit back and watch. You might be able to attack Venezuela, but will you get the oil? People have figured out by now, it's not even about the oil. Yeah, they want the oil, but you know what they want even more? Chaos. That's what they want. Chaos. And listen, people that want to give Trump chaos, you're going to have a problem. If you're just willing to give him chaos, I said this before, and I'm going to tell you, the Danish king made a great speech the other day, and I'm going to play it because now they have the translation out there so people can just read it for themselves. But one thing that he emphasized is he said, no matter where you come from, no matter if you came to Denmark to go to school, no matter if you immigrated here, no matter if you're ethnic Dane or not, just a Dane, but not an ethnic Dane, no matter what, once you're in this country, it's one for all and all for one. That's what the Danish king said. Okay. And then he talked about security. Then he talked about threats. But I'm going to tell you, there was something very interesting about his speech. And his speech, what's up, Dennis? Here you go. And his speech started off with the kids growing up and getting out on their own and leaving the house. And for a second, I was like, damn, since Denmark is a very old kingdom and the United States is only 250 years old, that would make the United States of America the kids getting out on their own, charting their own path in the world. The kids, making all the mistakes the kids make. That's what Donald Trump is. That's what's going on right now. The kids are trying to figure out their identity. They're having an identity crisis. The kids don't know who they are. And the kids have not learned those lessons. They have not learned those lessons. So they don't have really something to sit in with confidence no matter what. They don't have something to just sit back no matter what the odds and say, we know who we are. And we'll do this together no matter what to the end. That's not the kids. That's not people that don't have their own identity straight. That's not people that have an identity crisis. And that's what's about, Americans are about to find that the fuck out. You think just because you crying about who you are, who am I? Like a Frankenstein monster that you just going to go out there and bully people? Is that how you think it's going to work? No, because everybody knows your identity is cracked. Every fucking body knows why you're doing this, threatening people, because you don't sit confidently in who you are, because your identity, you don't know who you are, and it's shown by how you treat your own fucking citizens. See, if you had a real identity, every other citizen would be treated with respect. But that's not what's going on in the United States of America. See, it's cracked. That's why they don't have health care set up for everybody, because it's their identity crisis they're going through. You see, they haven't figured out that that's what you do when you're a proud American. You see what I mean? They haven't figured that out yet. See, because they're not actually proud the same way, because they don't actually know how to fucking be proud. They don't even want to be who they are. That's crazy, right? They don't want to be who they are, because if they embraced who they are, they wouldn't be having these problems if they embraced who they are. But they don't want to embrace who they are. They don't want to embrace who they are. They're trying to figure out a way that they're something else that they're not. No, you are who you are. You're not European. You're American. You're not European. You haven't learned the values of European nations, because the values of European nations today is they all have health care. They all have education. You fucking don't. You fucking don't. Okay, when it comes to tough times, they have an identity where they're not going to be all split. They know the king knows what to do. Come outside and say, everybody is together. We're all together in this. That's what you're supposed to be sowing in the people. That's what a good leader does. Bring everybody together for the cause. You know, that's not what's going on in the United States of America. So we know where that's going. It's going down. It's going down. You might be laughing at what goes on in Venezuela. No, that's going to be you next. That's going to be you next, because you are just as divided. Don't ever fucking forget that. You are just as divided. You are in a predicament also. And when you go out there fucking with other people, somebody is coming to fuck with you. In fact, they may be fucking with you through Trump right about now. Have you ever thought of that? You see what I mean? So, having said that, don't have no fear. Don't feed the monster fear. Don't feed the sociopath fear. Go outside, have a good old time, share. Show them that while they back there in their corner having their little identity crisis, everybody else is going to love each other. Everybody else is going to take care of each other. Everyone else is going to treat each other with some decency, with some actual decency. You see what I mean? And let the motherfucking animals go off in their corner by themselves. If these military people, they want to go out there and attack people, guess what they're going to find out? They're going to find out what happened in Vietnam when they bring their ass home with their legs fucking blown off and people are like, boo, you should have never went. That's what they are getting into now. You see what I mean? This is not something where this is not even, they're not even trying to pretend like they're trying to defend the nation. They're not even trying to pretend like there's a nuclear bomb they got to stop. They're not even trying to pretend that they're trying to fight our actual nemesis, Russia or China. They're not even trying to pretend. They're actually out here harassing little people. Who the fuck? What the fuck? Making up stories, trying to fabricate shit about how they're a threat all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like, they're just out there trying to figure it out. You know, let's make this up. We got people that don't have nothing to do with nothing, and they're going to run the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just playing games. And guess what? The entire world sees it for what it is. It is not serious at all. They are not serious. These people want destruction of their own fucking country. Like, that's what they're going to bring. Like, and they're going to laugh it off. They're going to laugh it off. I'm telling you. They're going to laugh it off. They're not serious. You know, they can't have a serious dialogue about what they're doing. They cannot even begin to deal with what comes tomorrow. You see what I mean? They haven't even, they just don't even want to look in the mirror and think about it. This is nothing more than about ego and about false pride. And it's just like, damn, how can, this is, plenty of societies have fallen this way. In history, plenty of societies have fallen because of the ego. You see what I mean? Sure. Who the hell sends out a military that is paid for by every citizen and abuse it this way? Who the hell does that? Who the hell does that? This is the citizens' actual military. It's not Donald J. Trump's fucking personal army. This is the American citizens' actual military. This is your military. And look at what this motherfucker is doing with it. He's turning it into a joke. He's turning it into a joke. There is no way, shape, or form that you shouldn't be able to easily go in there and do whatever you wanted with Venezuela, just like they did. Why? Because one is a superpower, goddamn, the most technologically advanced super army on earth, versus one that has nothing. That's not a victory. That's bullying. You don't get points for that. You don't get points for it. Nobody gives a bully motherfucking points. You give the underdog the points when they knock the fucking bully out. That's how shit works on earth. You don't get credit to a bully. Who the fuck does that? Because it's not impressive for a 300-pound monster to beat down a 50-pound, weakling. That's not impressive. That's not impressive at all. Show us what you got against China, motherfucker. Show us what you got against Russia. What the fuck? Show us what you got against a formidable fucking enemy. That this is embarrassing. Secondly, how can the military fight for oil barons? What the fuck is going on in their fucking mind? You really want to risk your legs getting blown off for an oil baron? Is that what you want to do? You want to risk your life for an oil baron? Because you ain't risking your life for no American citizen. You're not doing that right now. That's not what's happening right now. Secondly, you are out there and you're willing to go invade Venezuela. You're willing to invade Venezuela for a country that don't even want the citizens to have fucking health care. Are you dumb? Are you fucking dumb? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can't do the math? Like, really? It really comes down to math. It really comes down to math. You just had the citizens of the United States of America just had their health care either taken from them outright or made 2 and 3 and 4 times more fucking expensive. And that's not your number one priority. That's not your number one priority. No, your number one priority is going to motherfucking Venezuela to secure some oil for an oil baron that doesn't even give a fuck if you live or die, doesn't even give a fuck if you can get health care, doesn't even give a fuck if your family can get access to education. That is just plain dumb. And it's also a misuse of our military. It's a just plain and open misuse of our military. That is just crazy. And everyone else on earth knows it. Everyone else on earth is watching it. Like, every American citizen needs to understand that is what's going on right now. Nobody sees Trump as a hero. Nobody sees Trump as a strong individual. No one even sees the military anymore as even strong, because if you're going to have all that might and use it this way, that means you're not actually that strong. It means you're not actually that strong. That's what it means. It means you will follow a fool. That's what that means. You will actually follow a fool. The whole point of the military is to protect the country. But how can you protect the country taking orders from a fool? How can you protect the country taking orders from a nut? How can you protect the country for taking orders from a criminal who wants you to commit crimes? How is that protecting your country? It's not protecting your country. It's putting your country in danger. That's really what it is. So people just need to look at it. You don't have to apologize to anybody about it. The motherfucker is not following the law of the country. He's not following the Constitution. He's not following laws. So fuck it. Don't blame yourselves anymore. It's not your fault for what is to come. It is Congress. It is the Senate. And it is the Supreme Court. And let me tell you, that ain't a whole lot of people. That's not a whole lot of people. That's not a whole lot of people. When the American people are pissed off, you know who to go get, basically, because it's them. It is literally them that are allowing this. It is them. It's not you. You paid the taxes. They should actually be treating you a lot better than they're treating you. They should have more respect for the taxpayers and the citizens of the United States of America. But they don't. They literally don't. They have gotten used to the cushy seat that the taxpayer gives them. They have gotten used to health care benefits, dental benefits, a decent salary, an insurance plan, a dope retirement plan. They've gotten used to all of it from the taxpayer's pocket. And the reality of it is that they've gotten so used to it, they think you don't deserve it. They think you only deserve to pay for theirs. That's where you're at right now. And I'm going to tell you, when that shit cracks, because it is going to crack, that's when the fun is going to begin. And it is going to crack. Every single day Donald Trump and that administration is in office, it is one day closer to the powder keg going up. Like straight up. So you just leave him in office if you want that shit blowing up. Like leave Donald Trump in office if you don't want to have a White House anymore. Leave Donald Trump in office if you don't want to have a military that anybody takes seriously anymore. And let me tell you, without integrity, they don't give a fuck how powerful you are. Without integrity, the rest of the world doesn't give a fuck how powerful your machines are. I'm telling you, that's the nature of human beings. You have to give people at least some sense of pride left. But no, you won't do it. You will take, see, that's the thing about them. They don't even have the decency to leave people with a little bit of pride left. They don't even have that decency. No, they got to show off the weapons. They got to show off the power. You know, they're embarrassing themselves. They're embarrassing themselves, man. They're embarrassing themselves. Like no integrity whatsoever. No, and you can't just sit up there and say, I was just following orders. Oh, no, you fucking wasn't. No, you fucking wasn't, because there's loads of people that have said already that is an illegal act according to the U.S. government, and you still fucking did it. So that shit ain't going to work. That shit is not going to work. And when the American people boo you, understand it is their right to fucking boo you. It is their right. Yes, it is. And they have every right to boo you because you're using their tax dollars. Bitch. That's why. If you don't want them to have the right to boo you, then stop fucking asking them for their tax dollars when they have to fucking work. Okay? They have to work to pay you to make dumb decisions. That's really what it is. So everybody, boo. You know, I don't even like Maduro, but I'm boo, boo, boo. You know what I mean? I don't even fucking like Maduro, but still, man, fuck this. There's got to be a limit to this bullshit. There's other ways to deal with people and problems. There's other ways. Whatever. I ain't even worried about that, Rafika. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even worried about it. They can't say I'm lying. People can't say I'm lying. I'm telling them what I'm thinking. What the fuck? That's exactly what I'm thinking. And if you don't like it, fuck you. That's really what my right is as an American citizen. If you don't like it, fuck you. Like, really, fuck you. What did you do? When the last time you done some shit for me? What the fuck? Where were you? You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn, what the fuck? No. The taxpayer and the citizens are the boss. It's the taxpayer and the citizens that are the bosses. It's not the other way around. And the moment you start acting like it's the other way around, well, then you done forgot what a fucking democracy is. Like, straight up. Like, I mean, really. Like, for real. Every single person needs to act like they are the boss because they are literally paying the bills for these motherfuckers. You paying everyone in government's bill, including the fucking military. It's a socialist project. If you don't like what I'm saying, it's under the First Amendment. Why the fuck are you in government? Why the fuck are you in the military if you don't know what the fuck your job is, bitch? You're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. That was no major feat that you did when you went into Venezuela and grabbed Maduro. That was no. You really think that was supposed to be hard for you? Is that what you think is supposed to be fucking hard? Is that what you think is? So why the fuck are you so scared of Putin then, you stupid bitches? Why are you so scared of fucking Xi then, you stupid bitches? If Venezuela was so hard, if that was so impressive. Exactly. They're fucking scared of China, and they are scared of Russia because for some fucking reason, I don't know what the fuck is up with Trump. Trump is scared of Russia for some other reason, but they damn sure scared of China. They're scared of China. You see what I mean? Because you ain't going to just march in there and get Xi in one guy in 2 hours. Okay. You ain't even going to march in there and get Putin in 2 hours. And he's weak. But no, that's why you had to go after Maduro and shit. You know what I mean? You had that. That's not impressive. That doesn't even count. It doesn't even count. All that means is that you're fucking cowards. Like straight up. That's all that really mean. We cowards and we go after the weak people on earth. Now they want to go after Greenland again? Like, goddamn, well, like, what's it going to be next? What the fuck is it going to be next? You want to go after, motherfucking, so what's your next victim? Puerto Rico, motherfucking, Dominican Republic. Who's next? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What is this? What is this? That is not impressive at all. You made total fools out of yourself. And the general that stepped down, he was the intelligent one. He was like, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Don't embarrass the country. Don't embarrass the military. And he stepped down because he know the rest of these motherfuckers are just going to embarrass the military, man. They're going to embarrass the government. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. That's exactly what he's doing. And, I can only tell you what I'm seeing from here. But listen, let me get some things rolling. But first of all, let me get in here and see and pull up this this speech by the Danish king, because I want people to actually hear it, because I know a lot of Americans may not have seen it. But and I want you to pay attention to what he said, because this is a simple message. And let me tell you, serious people don't talk a lot. Donald Trump talks a whole fucking lot. You see what I mean? But I could tell you, cultural wise, when when Danes, in their speech, and kind of in their culture, the words have meaning, to where you don't have to blurt them out in a rude way. You don't have to scream them out in a rude way. You can just say them plainly, just plainly and calmly. And they still have force. You see what I mean? They still have a way of rallying people. So let me pull this one up here. Let me see here. Yeah, and then we're gonna go into the normal schedule here. So this has some translation on it too. So I'm gonna try to cue this up, and yeah, I should be able to cue it up here. Let me see. Boom. For people to follow. So let me see here. Let me just get this up real quick. Da, 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 da. Where is it at? Is it here? Okay. Oh, I see. I gotta go like this. Refresh. 2 seconds, y'all. Yeah, and I gotta say this. As an American, also, I have to say, thanks to Denmark, really. And it's the only reason, Danes, they don't go around begging people to say thanks and all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? But actually, in light of what is really going on, I really have to say thank you to Denmark, because they allowed me to learn something that I would not have learned if I did not live in Denmark. Like, straight up, and I really do think it's something about, I hate to say this, but something about manhood. You know what I mean? Something about manhood, knowing how to be a man without always sticking my chest out, without always having to talk about a gun, without always having to have a flashy car or a gold chain. You see what I mean? Like, a different kind of man, a man, yeah, that doesn't have to be superficial to be a man that doesn't have to rely on this kind of how can I say this, Frankenstein type of identity. You know what I mean? Like, really just bits and pieces of different things put together, and then running around suffering from it, like having the identity crisis where you're always like, master, who am I? And not really knowing that you have that identity crisis, to where you're just out there doing crazy shit all the time just to prove you're a man, going to the extreme. But that's not what a man does. A man takes care of the basics first. That's what a man does. And a stand-up woman too. You take care of the basics first. And that is not what's going on in the United States of America. The basics are not being taken care of. They're not. And everybody can fucking see it. Now, let me see here. Let me make sure that the I think the captions are on. Let me just make sure the captions are set right on this one. I'm pretty sure they are, but let me see. Captions on. Okay, right. English. Yeah. So here we go. Let's see if it'll play.
In Copenhagen, His Majesty.
Can you guys hear
This
that?
evening, in Copenhagen, His Majesty, King Frederik X of Denmark, delivered his annual New Year's speech from Frederik VIII's palace at Amalienborg. Good afternoon, everyone, and Happy New Year's Eve. My name is Alexandra.
Oh, hold on. This is not the right one? Okay, wait a second. Sorry about that. let me get up the right one. I thought that was the right one. I'm sorry. Hold on. I made a mistake. I thought, why is that not the right one? I already saw it, but why is that not? Oh, you know what? I have to go into my history. That's what it is. Then it will come up. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm like, he's supposed to just start speaking, and all of a sudden something else came up. Let me see here. By the way, you know, the Danish in Denmark, the king does not control the parliament. You know, it's not, you know, the king is like a figurehead that has some cultural value, right? And of course he has to bless the parliament whenever the new government is put together. He has to bless that new government, however it's formed, by however many parties, you know, because in Denmark there's many different parties, so they always have to compromise. You see, that's something that Americans, you could see, obviously Trump is down there in Venezuela. Apparently, it doesn't seem like Americans know how to compromise. It's all or nothing all the time. All or fucking nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm going to tell you, that's not sustainable. That is not sustainable at all. I much prefer a situation where, here it is, a situation where people are more level-headed. People are used to working together, right? Especially on the basics first. The basics. You know what I mean? But right now in the US, we got a Congress and a Senate and a Supreme Court. The basics are not even in their mindset. The basics are not even there. They could see all the problems going on across the whole fucking country and act like it's normal, act like they have nothing to do with it. You know, just pretend like the shit is not bad. Just pretend and scapegoat the entire fucking time. And they know damn well they're doing this, because I'm telling you, they travel to every other country that does it differently, and they enjoy those countries when they go there. I'm telling you, they do. They do. They keep it a secret from the American people, though, you know, because they want the joke to be on the average taxpayer. That's really what they want. But in any case, here, let's pull this up now. Oh, let me make this just a little bit bigger so you can, so make sure you can see the text clearly too. All right, here we go. So let's go now. All of this is just my opinion, what I'm stating. So let's play.
Klokken 18. Det nytårsaften. Fra Frederik den 8. palæ på Amalienborg holder hans majestæt kongen nu sin nytårstale.
Okay. I'm going to take off my camera. Now you will be able to see at the bottom of the screen, you will see the text flow also, and then I may stop it from time to time.
Sorger og glæder følges ad. Nogle dage føles tunge og slæber sig afsted.
Can you see that?
Andre er lejende lette og forbi nærmest før de begyndte. Tilværelsens toneart og tempo bølger op og ned. Livets vekslen er livets lod. Det oplever vi alle over tid. Også i år. Tag nu bare det at være forældre. Dronning Mary og jeg nyder at se vores børn vokse, finde deres ben og tage et tilløb til at flyve fra reden. Samtidig er tanken om at give slip vemodig.
Hej, jeg hedder Morten fra Lux Baby. Lux Baby er 9 år gammel, og vi har lavet en...
Oh shit, excuse me. Okay, here we go.
Prinsesse Isabella til at flyve fra reden. Samtidig er tanken om at give slip vemodig. I år fyldte prinsesse Isabella 18 år. Tænk engang. Dagene med små børn kan af og til virke lange. Men pludselig er de over, og børnene er store, før vi ved det. På vej ud i verden. En verden af muligheder.
Right there, I'm sorry, I just have to say right there, he said something very interesting there, talking about his kids. And I just thought to myself, is this like a sideways, stab at something? Because keep in mind, in this speech, he's going to later talk about some of the threats to Greenland, this kind of insecurity going on. But listen to what he said. It sounds so funny.
Men pludselig er de over, og børnene er store, før vi ved det.
And suddenly, the kids are big before you know it.
På vej ud i verden.
And out into the world they go. I thought this is so hilarious, yo. Let me look at the chat here while he's saying this shit. I thought this was so fucking cool. You see what I mean? This is like literally some real shit here. I don't know. I don't know if he did it on purpose. I can't say. But to me, I'm telling you, you're never going to be able to figure out if he's talking about the U.S. Finally the kids getting out there. Now they're big and now they're getting out in the world. It's you're never going to know. Exactly. Trolling. I think so, bro. I think so. And guess what? You're never going to know. But this speech is composed so well. So let me just bring that back. I hope you guys can read the undertext. The English text is a little small, so maybe I should make it a little bigger, right? Just for everybody to follow it a little more. So let me bring it back. I'm sure. Hold on. Where's What's up, Donnie? Yo, where is where's Dennis at? Yo, Chris is here also. Yo, hold on. Where's damn, is it Dennis from DK? Where's he at, man? Okay, damn, I'm sorry, man. Anyway, let me let it play. I thought that was hilarious.
I år fyldte prinsesse Isabella 18 år.
Yeah, Dennis, what's up? You hearing me, Dennis? Was he trolling right there? Let me know. I thought he was trolling, bro. I thought he was trolling right there. When I heard that on New Year's Eve, I was like, this speech is interesting. But you know what? But he backs it up with a lot of positive words. And inside of it, in this, he said, in Denmark, it's one for all and all for one, talking about the different people that live here and talking about the Danish attitude, the attitude people have and the way forward, and I thought that was that's something that Danes can draw from culturally. Now, my thoughts is, what the fuck do Americans draw from culturally? You see what I mean? We don't even use that in the United States. One for all and all for one. We don't even use it. When was the last time we heard a president say that? When was the last time, you even hear, any of these folks on, any of these people in anyone's cabinet? You know what I'm saying? Like McDonald's is the last time. Exactly. Anyway, let me let it play.
Dagene med små børn kan af og til virke lange. Men pludselig er de over, og børnene er store, før vi ved det. På vej ud i verden. En verden af muligheder, men også udfordringer. Nogle større, end vi bryder os om. Antallet af krige er højt. En af dem foregår tæt på os. Bare et par tusinde kilometer fra Danmark kæmper ukrainerne for deres frihed. I snart 4 år har de holdt ud. Holdt stand og holde fast i deres ret til at eksistere som et frit og uafhængigt land. Krigen bringer smerte og ulykke til ukrainerne og spreder usikkerhed og utryghed i Europa. Kampene hærger på ukrainsk jord, men handler om retten til sikkerhed, selvstændighed og suverænitet. På vores kontinent og længere endnu, for noget fundamentalt er på spil. Ukrainerne har aldrig ønsket krig. Derfor fortjener de fred. Herhjemme har freden været hverdag i årtier. De fleste af os har aldrig prøvet andet. Heldigvis. Dem, der oplevede befrielsen for 80 år siden, er blevet færre. Førstehåndsberetninger er blevet til andenhånds. Vi har følt os trygge så længe, at vi nær har glemt, at det kan være anderledes. For andre har fortidens skygger endnu ikke fortonet sig. Finland er med sin barske historie et eksempel på et land, der formår at have det værst tænkelige in mente, uden at sætte livet i parentes. For finnerne er truslen fra øst aldrig klinget af. De lever med den, men ligger ikke under for den. Det mærkede dronning Mary og jeg tydeligt, da vi besøgte Finland tidligere i år. I Letland er freden stadig ung og var helt ny, da jeg som studerende besøgte landet første gang i foråret 1992. 50 års besættelse sætter sig i et folk, og deres virkelighed satte min egen i perspektiv. I Letland fornemmede jeg, hvad det vil sige, når frihed ikke er en selvfølge. En fornemmelse, som nu også rører på sig herhjemme. For noget er under forandring. Ikke alle vil os det godt. Og i gråzonen mellem fred og ufred forsøger anonyme angreb at skabe uro, så splid og skræmme os. Det kan være hjemmesider, der pludselig går ned. Det kan være vildledende videoer, der spreder mistillid. Det kan være droner, der dukker op på himlen som diffuse varsler. Hvad bliver det næste, tænker vi. At slukke for nyhedsstrømmen kan virke som en udvej. Mange har nok haft trangen. Men det er en stakket trøst. Virkeligheden sker, om vi ændrer den eller ej. Kunsten er at følge med, uden at lade frygten løbe af med os. Være opmærksomme, uden at danse efter de forkertes pibe. Forhindre, at lus får lov til at sætte sig i skinpelsen. Det er vi heldigvis gode til herhjemme. Vi har en stærk forståelse af, hvem vi er som folk, og hvad vi står på som nation. Vi orienterer os og tænker gerne selv. Vi stoler på hinanden og giver velvilligt en hånd med.
You know, this right here is very important. These things that he's saying, I don't know if you guys can see the text, but he is saying some very, how can I say this? Decent words. He's speaking very decent words to human beings, you know, actually. And I was really, really impressed with that. Like, he didn't use his opportunity to speak, his time on air, to be a petulant child like Trump, to threaten people, to do it. No, he's actually speaking very calmly and considerately, you know. This part right here, you know, I really think Americans should hear this. You know what I mean? Should hear every single word that he's saying, because often we don't hear this from our leaders, like straight up, like not our leaders. Our president is supposed to be like this, pretty much, or supposed to have the capacity to speak this way. You know what I mean? But this guy, Trump, he doesn't. And think about this. MAGA people don't even want it. They don't even want it. You know, but these are real words here for human beings. Listen to this part again right here. I thought this was like so deep.
Det er vi heldigvis gode til herhjemme. Vi har en stærk forståelse af, hvem vi er som folk.
We have a big understanding of who we are as a people.
Og hvad vi står på som nation.
And what we stand for as a nation.
Vi orienterer os og tænker gerne selv.
We orientate and think. What did he say? And think. Hold on, let me bring that back. Hold on.
En stærk forståelse af, hvem vi er som folk, og hvad vi står på som nation. Vi orienterer os og tænker gerne selv.
And think ourselves. Yeah, exactly. We orientate and think. They think for themselves. Danes think for themselves, basically.
Vi stoler på hinanden.
We trust each other. When was the last time you heard a president or anybody in the U.S. in a government role say we trust each other? He's talking about the people of Denmark. And he described in this speech who these people are. And this man said it doesn't matter if you came to Denmark to go to school, if you're an immigrant, or if you're a Dansker, an ethnic Dane. It's all for one and all for one. That's what this man said. And then he's following up with these words. We trust each other. We know who we are as a people. We know what we stand for.
Og giver velvilligt en hånd med.
And give the good velvilly. How can I say this? And damn, what's the English word for this? And we give people, the general people that do good, a hand, right? Good people. We give good people a hand. I guess that's how you would translate it. Dennis, let me know if I'm a little wrong, man. Yeah, but yeah, good people, velvilligt. Basically, not good people, but yeah, good people, you could say. You know what I mean? It's not a judgmental way of saying good or bad, but just regular folk, right?
Vi kender vores værd, uden at være os selv nok. Vi stoler på hinanden og giver velvilligt en hånd med. Vi kender vores værd, uden at være os selv nok.
We know ourselves. We know our self-worth.
Vores største styrke er at stå sammen. I kongeriget Danmark.
Our biggest power, our most powerful tool is that we stand together.
I Europa og i NATO.
The Kingdom of Denmark, Europa, and NATO, right? I may be missing a few words. Yeah, okay.
I kongeriget Danmark, i Europa og i NATO.
Oh, right. In Denmark, in Europe, and in NATO. He's talking about the Danish people now, how they get along, what their strength is in Denmark, what their strength is in Europe, and what their strength is in NATO is that they stand together.
En talemåde lyder.
Yeah, and there's a saying that says one should prepare.
At man skal forberede sig på det værste og håbe på det bedste.
Yeah, prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
I forsvaret er det ikke bare noget, man siger, men noget, man gør.
Damn. Yeah, defense is not just something you say, it's something you do.
Det mærket.
You know, it's because you know what it is. Why it's better if I just listen to him and translate naturally, because the text, for some reason, it's not actually translating into English the way I would expect it to. You see what I mean? Because Danish, you can't translate it. Danes, you can translate the words, right? And you can translate a lot, right? Because they're the same language tree. You could say, right? They're like cousin languages. But the thing about it is that in Danish language, they use a lot of sayings that don't translate over exactly. So when I see this translation, and for a second it kind of confuses me.
Dronning Mary og jeg i praksis, da vi under vores besøg i Letland i år hilste på den danske.
Okay, I'm just going to recite the deeper parts. I'm going to let it play a little bit. But I hope you all can appreciate what I'm saying. Why I had to play this, because he's saying some serious words, and some words I think when I heard him speak, it just reminded me of what we miss in the U.S., to be honest with you, like in our leadership. I have to say that. And on top of that, this guy is known to be a very cool person. On top of that, you see what I mean? Like down to earth, cool, and not obnoxious at all. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but let me play this a little more. Sorry about that. I'm gonna try to read the chat too. But for now on, I'm just going to stop it when it gets into the deep parts. But just what I translated, you kind of see that the depth of what he's saying in certain parts is really, really deep.
Kampbataljon i Camp Valdemar. Sammen med vores allierede i NATO varetager de vores fælles forsvar for fred i Østersøregionen ved både at sætte barren højt og holde modet oppe.
Hi.
Okay, hold on. There's a little, obviously I got to stop that little commercial there. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, because it's important. This was the New Year's speech, and it was actually an excellent address. I don't think a lot of news agencies covered it around the world. But let me tell you, you should hear it for yourself, just like everything else. If you want to know something about Denmark, you should listen to these moments and actually come and visit Denmark, and see it for what it is. I would advise Americans to do that, to be honest. Yeah, I would do that. I don't know what Trump is going to do to you when you come back, but I think Denmark is a place, and not just Denmark, but it's a place that Americans have to see for yourselves and kind of learn for yourselves, because once you learn it, how can I say this? For me, part of me learning what an American is, I spent my whole life in the U.S. I learned what an American is from being born and raised in the capital of the United States of America. That's my personal story. I didn't leave the U.S. until I didn't leave permanently. I've traveled a lot, but I didn't leave permanently until I was 30 years old. And, I learned the other part about being American, the part that kind of, the cherry on top, you could say. There's another part that you can't learn about being American just from the inside of the U.S. And I have to tell Americans that there's part of being an American that you only find out about when you go outside of the U.S. That is part of it. Trust me when I say that. That is part of it. And once you figure out what that part is, you figure out where the missing pieces are in our own society back home. You see what I mean? And you also figure out more about our self-worth. You see what I mean? As an American, you know what I mean? Like, I know something, the fact that I've lived outside of the U.S., I know something about being American that a lot of Americans just don't fucking know and won't find out unless they actually spend some time outside of the U.S., like flat out. You see what I mean? So, I actually even learned that the good qualities of American are the qualities that Danes appreciate often. But right now we are showing our ass to the world, and the King of Denmark is not. The King of Denmark is showing respect, speaking respectfully, speaking, how can I say, with purpose, picking his words, not wasting people's time. You see what I mean? Not relying on antics. None of this bravado where he's standing with his boys and talking about who he's going to invade and talking about how important Denmark is. You know, I actually realized something. People that feel they're important don't and know their importance and know who they are, they don't have to project. And that's the thing about Trump. He projects all the fucking time. He acts like people don't know the worth of an American president. He acts like people don't know what it is to be American or what the worth is, what Americans stand for. Trump acts like it, you know, because he has to compensate. You know, he does spend so much time compensating for it. It makes you realize he doesn't actually know. He doesn't actually know. But this is a person, this is the opposite side of that. So anyway, let me let it play. I'm sorry. Yo, do me a favor. Click the like button also, y'all. Click the like button for me. I have to say that too, because this is YouTube. That's how it works. Yeah. And I also, I hate the fact that I have to say that, but it is true. If I say it in my videos more, you get more likes. Basically, you get double the likes. You know, that's just what it is, or triple. So in any case, this is the King of Denmark for people that don't know. And this was his New Year's address. And I just wanted to watch that in light of the fact that Trump is bringing up Greenland again and all this bullshit. I just have to do this one, the start of this program for Denmark, the country that I live in, because, you know, it is definitely important to speak out as an American and let Danes know what we think about this lunatic. You see what I mean? And we have to let Danes know that we are on their goddamn side with this issue, period. And that if need be, we will fight with the Danes too over this matter. Like, and I'm just saying it myself. If you're a U.S. military and you plan on killing some goddamn Danes or Greenlanders to take the island, to take Greenland, you are some stupid motherfuckers. Like, you are some stupid motherfuckers. Like, I'm just saying that. Like, that is cold facts. You are stupid motherfuckers if that is what you think you're on this earth to do as an American. Like, that is so foul. You stabbed your own allies in the back. There can be nothing worse than that. You got to understand that. There can be nothing worse. You say, I even think more Danes lost their life. The Danes, by percentage, lost more soldiers by percentage in, you know, backing up the U.S. in Afghanistan and in the middle and in Iraq than the U.S. soldiers by percentage. You know, so you know, it's like, so to stab Denmark in the back and to even play games like about it, even openly on television. Just openly like that, like it's a goddamn joke. Well, I'm going to tell you what a joke is. If you think stabbing your allies in the back is a joke, if you think that is a joke, you're not going to have many allies in the future. Like, straight up, you're not going to have many allies in the future because you showed one of your closest allies, if not the closest ally, that them having your back for decades and decades and decades and decades without failure means nothing to you. As long as the United States has Trump and this administration in office doing these kind of things, you will lose all your allies. Starting with your strongest ones. Starting with your strongest ones.
Der stiller op på vores vegne, og deres nærmeste, der må undvære den imens. Jeg vil gerne takke alle, der passer på vores land. Ikke mindst politiet, beredskabet og forsvaret. I samme ånd, og som far, vil jeg gerne sende en nytårshilsen til vores værnepligtige. Tak for, at I stempler ind og tager en tørn for fællesskabet. Jeg håber, at I, som kronprinsen for nylig, og jeg selv i sin tid, vokser gennem den tillid, I får og viser andre. I er forsvarets fundament, som fremover bliver styrket, både hvad angår varighed og hvad angår mandskab. Værneret er blevet til værnepligt for alle i Danmark. Og i Grønland strømmer grønlandske unge til den nye arktiske basisuddannelse i Kangerlussuaq. Det betyder et mere mangfoldigt og dermed stærkere forsvar. I virkeligheden har pligten til at værne hverken alder eller udløb. Vi er alle forpligtet til at tage vare på vores land, og vi har et moralsk og menneskeligt ansvar over for hinanden.
You know, we're all obligated to defend our country, and we have also a responsibility to look out for each other. I mean, listen, you don't have to worry about what Danes can do, because the first thing Danes do right is they speak words of power. They give meaning. You, Mr. Takura, you don't even believe in taking care of your motherfucking neighbor. So, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Trump doesn't even believe in taking care of his neighbor. You know, that's the kind of shit the U.S. people, the U.S. politicians are putting on Jump Street. That's how they want to promote the U.S. We don't even give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about our neighbor. That's what the U.S. is putting on Jump Street. And this dude is saying we all have an obligation to defend our country and to look out for each other. And he included everyone. He said, no matter if you come in here to go to school in Denmark, no matter if you're an immigrant, or no matter if you're a Dane, it's one for all and all for one. Let me tell you, those words conquer you, Takir, anyway, as an American citizen. See, what happens after this conversation don't even matter. That's the point. That's the point. You see, because people that mean something will die for their shit. Okay? Like, seriously. And of course, Danes have died more backing up the U.S. than the U.S. has died for them fucking selves. Secondly, you know, that's just the math of it. Secondly, you know, who cares how many people you can kill? Who cares about all your machines when you don't even give a fuck about each other? See, that's the weakness of the U.S. You don't give a fuck about each other. That's not what this man is saying. This man is saying we do care about each other. We are obligated to look after each other. That's what he's saying. Them words alone kill any bomb. You see what I'm saying? Like, straight up. Those words alone kill any bomb, kill any other type of thing you got going on. And let me tell you, you can't protect the northern straits. Who you protecting the northern straits from? Who you protecting that from anyway, Takir? Who you protecting it from? Who you think you protecting it from? I mean, because you ain't protecting it from Russia, because Russia is all up in Trump's ass. Okay? You see what I'm saying? You're definitely not protecting any straits from Russia, because Russia got your motherfucking president. You see what I'm saying? So Putin can navigate through all them submarines. You see? Putin can navigate through any obstacle just because he has your motherfucking president by the collar. So it doesn't count. Secondly, yeah, that's right. And secondly, you're not fucking protecting it because you're attacking motherfucking allies. The moment you attack an ally, you ain't protecting shit. What the fuck are you talking about? You're the hunted. You the hunted. Yeah. So pick a side, bitch. You don't ever come out over here pretending like you defending somebody from fucking Russia, because you're not defending nobody over here from fucking Russia, bitch. You better understand that. Like, for real, that propaganda, that American propaganda doesn't work over here, bitch. Like, straight up. Straight up. Nobody fucking needs you here. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, and see, this man, the king, he's actually telling you in a nice way, but you still don't get it. You stupid motherfucker. Like, straight up. Listen, don't ever get it twisted. The United States of America is not protecting Europe from fucking Putin right now. No way in hell. Okay? You have nothing to do with it right now. Period. Zero. No one fucking trusts you. No one fucking trusts you. No one fucking trusts you. Okay? And no one should trust you. Okay? And your ego is off the motherfucking chain if you think you protecting Europe from Russia. Oh, wow. You really drinking the Kool-Aid. You really drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. You better start doing some motherfucking math. Like, real fast. And keep that dream back in the U.S., bitch. Like, straight up. I'm just making it clear. Like, you out of your goddamn mind, Takir. I don't know who the fuck you think you trolling, but this is for grown folks here. Real serious people. Man, nobody give a fuck about you. Beat it. Leave now then, bitch. Okay? How about that? Boom. Okay? So, bye. Okay? You wait till we leave. Fuck you. Leave then, motherfucker. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, I don't give what the hell is this? You think you think the troll army is gonna defend this motherfucker? The troll army ain't defending Russia ain't defending the EU from Russia. What the fuck? Yo. And just like the king said in his speech, the king said, it's not something you say. Defense is not something you say, you dumb bitch, Takir. It's something you do, motherfucker. You didn't even listen or even bother to hear the words. And see, that's what lets you know that person right there maybe not even be an American. I hate to say it. And if you are one of them dumbass Americans. I'm sorry. I'm from Washington, D.C. I grew up in a city where motherfuckers read books. Okay? Where, you know what I'm saying? The place where goddamn activists meet politicians and lawyers. Okay, from that place, everybody knows how to read the motherfucking newspaper. If I didn't know how to actually read, you know what I'm saying? I mean, my father would look at me like a goddamn fool. You see what I mean? So I know how to compile information myself. And just like I know how to travel in and outside of my own goddamn country by myself. You see what I mean? And I'm just advising all Americans, don't listen to that stupid shit that person in here was doing, because that person has done zero investigating about his own motherfucking life. You know, listen, Americans, do not be confused. You are getting taken for a ride by Donald J. Trump and the Congress people and the senators and the Supreme Court that cap for him. You, the taxpayer, are the goddamn fool, and you are the dinner. You are the dinner. Like, they are going to eat your flesh, like, straight up. That is what they're doing. You see, the moment that prices go up, the moment they're taking your health care and you still paying the same tax, the moment companies are closing down everywhere, people getting fired from their jobs, you still not worried enough? You still think you ain't dinner? You think you ain't dinner? You just gonna watch that shit just all around you collapsing. You think you ain't the dinner in the richest country on earth? Okay, you believe that, but I'm just telling you, man, drop all that idea about Europe can't defend itself. You just do the math. It's not about talking about it like the king said. Just do the math. 450 million people in the EU. Second largest economy on earth. You just do the math. The U.S. has 350 million people. So, and I've been saying this for a minute. Europe, the moment Europe thinks that it has to protect itself, which it does, because they have 450 million people in the second largest economy on earth, they are able to put their foot down in any direction they need to, especially defense. They can ramp up production. They can ramp up enlistment. Why? Because 450 million people is hell of a sure lot better than 150 million or 350 million. You see what I'm saying? You see? Secondly, the U.S. wastes half of its fucking money. It doesn't even use its money on its people. You see what I mean? The U.S. lets its oligarchs hoard all the fucking money while it starves its own goddamn people. That's not what's going on over here in Europe. People want to preserve life here. You Americans, motherfuckers in America, may not want to preserve life in the U.S. That's what it looks like to me as an American. It looks like they're not interested in preserving life in the U.S. They're interested in doing every fucking thing else. That's what's going on. And I don't even know. I really hope that I really hope that this Congress, doesn't continue to allow this mockery to go on called an administration. But listen, every American, when it comes time to being angry and popping your lid and wanting somebody to take it out on, my advice is take it out on the congressional members and take it out on the senators and take it out on the Supreme Court, because they are the only ones that can stop this madness legally. And they know what is going on. They know you're starving. They know you're about to get kicked out of your home. They know that you're losing your job. They know that you're losing your health care. They know all of that. And yet they still haven't impeached this man. Just keep that in mind when you're on the street. Keep that in mind a couple weeks before you get kicked out of your house. Keep that in mind when somebody in your family dies because all of a sudden they can't get their health care or their medicine. Just keep it in mind. Just keep it in mind. That's all. Don't blame the shit on me, and don't blame it on Denmark. You know what I'm saying? Blame it on your motherfucking congressional members and your senators if you want to know who the cause of your problems are in your life. Like, straight up. I mean, I'm just saying, it's painfully honest. It's painfully honest, because nobody else got a lunatic running around in their house, and you can hear the difference between a lunatic and a person that is careful, not careful, caring, behaving like they care when they speak. That's the king of Denmark. He's behaving like he cares when he speaks, like his words have power. He doesn't need to scream them. He doesn't need to have a whole bunch of 10 rack of motherfucking monkeys standing behind him, to get you to hear him or take him seriously. Trump, man, he's probably the weakest motherfucker on earth by himself. He always needs a goddamn group of people surrounding him. Haven't you noticed that? He needs adoration, personal adoration for just getting his ass up and making it to the toilet bowl and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, let's continue. I'm even sorry that I'm playing this speech right now because it's too good for Trump. It's too good. You know what I mean? These MAGA motherfuckers they're not even used to being spoken to with respect as citizens. You know what I'm saying? This is what you're hearing is the Danish king speak with respect for the citizens and the residents of Denmark. That's what you're hearing. And American people ain't even used to being talked to like that.
Den pligt trækker ingen frinummer fra. Vores kristne kulturarv.
Yo, now he's talking about his Christian culture. You see what I'm saying about identity? You see what I'm saying? Now, look at what he says his Christian culture is for. This is really going to get you, because this is not what MAGA used their Christian culture for. This is totally different. Look.
Vores kristne kulturarv byder os at være kærlige.
His Christian heritage begs him to be loving. His Christian heritage begs him to be loving. Hold on for a second. I got to see what Dennis says. Hold on. Shit, nah, Dennis, don't do that. Don't make that mistake, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, if you don't want to have any restraints at all, If you want to be filthy rich, is what I say. Yeah, move to the U.S. If you're rich and you want to be filthy rich, move to the U.S. because you can walk all over everybody else, every other average citizen, and they will be. Seriously, you could do that. But again, Dennis, that's why I respect Denmark so much, because the culture of the people, man, that's not what they see as cool in Denmark, bro. You see what I'm saying? Danes don't actually see that as cool. You see what I mean? Like, they think about that and they say, yeah, but I would be an asshole, and they say that's not cool, and they content. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's been my experience anyway. But listen to what he says. He says his Christian heritage begs him to be loving. To be loving.
Den pligt trækker ingen frinummer fra. Vores kristne kulturarv byder os at være kærlige. Ikke kun mod vores nærmeste.
To be loving, not just to the people closest to us, but our neighbors too. The ones after them, not just the ones closest to us. His Christian heritage begs him to be caring, not just to those closest to him, but to those but to others, everyone else around it, and outward, basically.
Men mod vores næste.
Vores næste, basically, with the next one, the next, who's next to them also. You see what I mean? This is not, you haven't heard no MAGA person say nothing about this in their Christian heritage. You haven't heard Trump say one motherfucking thing about that. You see what I mean? And they talking about Christianity. Man, you're not even fucking promoting Christianity like you have any respect for it. It's crazy. Yeah, Dennis, yo, bro, I'm telling you, man, I know Denmark. I know Danes, bro. I know Danes. I know how they are, man. And as an American, I got to tell you this, man. As an American, in the beginning, I didn't quite get it. But that's why I can say I like Danes, because Danes, they know something about Americans that we don't even know about ourselves, bro. And I'm telling you, and you guys already know what's going to happen to our brain after a while. Even if we don't get it, you guys know after a while, we going to get it. And see, once you figure out that Danes are that clever, you understand, just they have a deep understanding of some things, And so I actually really dig Danish. I dig Danish culture. I dig Danish people, the way their mind works, the depth to it. You know what I'm saying? And, like really, man, I actually do, because I have something to compare it to, Dennis. You see, I got jackass Trump to compare it to. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? That we got a whole nother problem. We have the problem you don't want to have as an American. Denmark exists because you all didn't make that mistake of becoming assholes and disrespecting the average person. You guys dropped that shit in the 60s. You see what I mean? And we're like, no, that's not the direction. So the direction we were supposed to go to in the U.S., we didn't actually get there, but Denmark did. You see what I mean? Because Denmark is still saying things like one for all and all for one. My Christian culture begs me to be caring, not just to the ones closest to me, but the others too. You see what I'm saying? Like real shit, and yeah, man, it's I know for a fact, when you were living your life and you're following your path, good things happen to you. And I know that's why I'm in Denmark. Some way, somehow, I know that's why I'm here. I know it's not just by chance, because nothing in my life has been by goddamn chance. I've had a good ass life, even in the U.S., and none of it has been by chance. All of it has been because I've been active in my own life, pursuing my dreams. You see what I'm saying? And but let's play some more of the Danish King.
Den næste, som både er dem, vi har valgt til i livet, og dem, vi har forbigået eller taget afstand fra. Deri ligger udfordringen. Vores opgave er at forsøge at finde rum i vores hjerter til at være nænsomme, også når det falder os svært.
I mean, he's breaking down some things, man, that right now responsible leaders say. In my eyes, he said everything that people need to know, to move forward. In my eyes. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Check this out.
Eller udløb. Vi er alle forpligtet til at tage vare på vores land, og vi har et moralsk og menneskeligt ansvar over for hinanden. Den pligt trækker ingen frinummer fra. Vores kristne kulturarv byder os at være kærlige, ikke kun mod vores nærmeste, men mod vores næste. Den næste, som både er dem, vi har valgt til i livet, og dem, vi har forbigået eller taget afstand fra. Deri ligger udfordringen. Vores opgave er at forsøge at finde rum i vores hjerter til at være nænsomme, også når det falder os svært. I foråret havde jeg den store glæde at være tilbage i Grønland. Og endnu en gang blev jeg mødt af overvældende varme og venlighed. Det var og er en turbulent tid. Trods det vakler grønlænderne ikke, men står imod med styrke og stolthed. De skaber samhørighed indad til og respekt udad til, og cementerer fortællingen om det stærke folk i Arktis.
Yeah, he's talking about the Greenlanders. I'm sorry. He's talking about the Greenlanders right now, and he just called them the strongest people in the Arctic, and he's talking about, the text is there, although it's not a real, I would say it's a direct word for word, kind of more so word for word translation, but not how you would say it all in Danish. So, yeah, just so you know, right? But it's useful because the thing about it is that word for word, at least you can understand the depth of what he's saying. You see what I mean? It's just that maybe in Danish it would be written a little different than how, there's other ways to say the same thing. And but it is Danish. Danish and English share a lot of the same words. And so you might see some English words in there and think cement. Why did he use cement? But Danes use that word cement. They mean it the same way, but he's speaking about not like for cement for a house, but cement for something else, that has the same meaning. So just in case you're following the text, I looked at that and I was like, yeah, but you wouldn't say it like that in English. But in any case, let's see here. It's almost over. It's not so long. It's straight to the point and calm and packed full of powerful messages, Let's see here.
I forsommeren blev det endelig tid til at besøge Færøerne. Forventningens glæde havde vokset sig stor og blev til fulde indfriet, da dronning Mary og jeg selv sammen med prinsesse Josefine satte fod på færøsk grund. Fra luften, fra jorden og fra havet strakte den nærmest overjordiske skønhed sig, så langt øjet rakte, og tågen tillod. Overalt, hvor vi kom, i det dybgrønne, bakkede og barske landskab, strømmede den velkendte færøske gæstfrihed os i møde. Også på dansegulvet. For når færinger danser
also on the dance floor.
og kædedans, er der altid plads til en mere.
Yeah, so that's another Danish saying, that altid plus, and then he's saying there's always space for one more, and that's the difference. That's the difference, I mean, like seriously, and this is a Danish idea, fundamental to Danish culture, believe it or not, this idea that maybe people don't say that plaster alley, but this other one, there's always space for another, You see what I mean? Like, that's something, we need to comprehend in the U.S. as Americans and understand how cool of an idea that is, and how cool it is to stand on that idea and to just have that idea be part of who you are as a person. You see what I mean? And these are values that, sadly enough, Trump is not promoting. And he's got the top podium. He's got the seat with the most voices, the most ears tuned in, and he's totally just mangling everything about what it is to be American. Strangely enough, I've always been very, very proud to be American. And even, I may not have thought about it when I was younger, and I may have not thought about it when I was, and maybe even half of my life, But then when I started traveling outside of the U.S., it gave me an understanding that I couldn't get, that I didn't really feel on the inside. I mean, I was proud to be who I am, and I was loving my life, and I was having a beautiful life. You see what I mean? Full of art, full of very good friends, good community, intelligent people, creative people to be around, supportive people, fun people, also very loyal people. You know what I'm saying? DC people, we generally, if you have any brains, we generally look out for each other. We have a way of just trying to make sure we take care of each other in our own way, and that everybody is taking care of each other the right way, that nobody's abusing things, But when I went outside of the U.S. and started traveling outside of the U.S., then I really became proud, because I found out that, listen, man, there's a lot of things that people respect about the U.S. and Americans. But let me tell you this right now. All of those things that they respected, Trump is spitting on all those things right now. Like, Trump is spitting on them right now. Tia, what's up? There you go. And that's the thing that kills me, is that all those things that all these people I've always met outside of the U.S. that they thought were great about Americans. I'm talking about just culture. I'm talking about just being cool people. Just cool people. Trump is spitting on all of that right now. And the thing about it is that if you never traveled outside of the U.S., you may never know. You may never know what it is that Trump is even spitting on. You may not even recognize it. But for the Americans that have traveled outside of their country, that have a little bit of perspective on what it is to be an American, not just from inside the country, but from outside too, we understand very well what Trump is spitting on, and he is spitting on everything that people across the world thought at the very least was great about the U.S. Believe it or not, people don't just respect you because of your bombs, man. People don't just respect you because of your weapons. You just get it straight. That's not what it is. If you don't know how to be a good, fair person, man, it's not all that shit, the weapons, it ain't going to matter, man. Trust me, it is not going to matter. It is not going to matter at all. I'm going to tell you right now, the U.S. had expanded its trade. They were the envy of the world when it came to trade. Donald Trump has fucked that up. There is no way to get that back with this motherfucker in power. There is no way, because the thing that allowed that trade to expand so much was that we were actually, fuck what you heard, we were known for being fairer than other people. We were actually known for being fairer. We were known for keeping our word. Straight up, man. Don't be fooled by that. That's why a lot of people, and because of our capability, but that we could keep our word. man, we have just fucked all that up. Once you fuck your word up, do you know how hard that is to get back? Do you know what you lost? Everything that was easy before, even though you might have the same weapons, now just became harder because no one can trust you. Like that's bad when your reputation as a people is the reputation that no one can trust you. That doesn't allow you to go far. That means every bit of fuel you got, you have to burn 10 times more than the next person people trust. That's what that means. And this is what Donald Trump has brought to Americans' door. This is not what he brought to the Venezuelans' door. This is what he has brought to American citizens' own door. You may as well, you are people. I mean, anyway, let me play the rest of this. I'm sorry. I got to play the rest of this and get this out of the way. But I'm glad I'm playing it because you have the chance to rewind the video, look at every single word that he picked and reflect on it a little bit.
Fællesskaber kommer i mange varianter, og den traditionelle dans har den fordel, at den blot tager ny form, når flere støder til. Det kan...
Damn, I mean, I know he's not, maybe he's not trolling the U.S., but he's speaking some shit that is directly, that Donald Trump is definitely not good at doing. Listen to this.
Til en mere.
Look at this.
Gæstfrihed os i møde. Også på dansegulvet. For når færinger danser kædedans, er der altid plads til en mere. Fællesskaber kommer i mange varianter.
Communities come in many variations.
Og den traditionelle dans har den fordel. Kommer i mange varianter. Og den traditionelle dans har...
It says dance, but he means dansk, right? That's what I mean by don't read the text isn't totally accurate. And a traditional dansk community, right?
Fællesskaber kommer i mange varianter. Og den traditionelle dans har den fordel, at den blot tager ny form.
Yeah, it has that advantage. The traditional dance has that advantage because it can take a new form. It can take a new form.
Fællesskaber kommer i mange varianter. Og den traditionelle dans har den fordel, at den blot tager ny form, når flere støder til.
Yeah, it can take a new form when there's more people added to it. That's not what Trump is saying. Trump is saying it can't take, so the U.S. is so fucking strong, it can't take a new form when more people are added to it. You mean its actual culture is not strong enough to do that? Okay.
Fællesskaber kommer i mange varianter. Og den traditionelle dans har den fordel, at den blot tager ny form, når flere støder til. Det kan synes som en lille gestus, men for ham eller hende, der står udenfor, kan det betyde alverden, at kredsen ikke tøver med at åbne sig.
Yeah, it's saying dance. Is that what you said? No, the traditional dance in the Faroe Islands. Oh, is that what he's talking about? I thought he said dansk. It's hard to hear, man, but okay. Are you sure about that? I know he was talking about the Faroe Islands, but he's saying that I see what you mean. He's using the dance in the same way. I get you now. Okay, cool.
Det gælder i dansen og i det meste andet her i livet. Jeg vil gerne takke Færøerne og Grønland for endnu en gang at tage så hjerteligt imod min familie og mig. På dronning Marys og mine vegne vil jeg i det hele taget gerne sende en varm tak til de mange, der har gjort sig umage for vores skyld i årets løb. Vi ved, at der ligger meget forberedelse forud for vores besøg. Uanset om der skal lægges løberuter rundt i byen, eller gøres plads til Dannebrog i havnen. Hvor end vi er kommet frem, har vi nyt den blomstrende lokalkolorit. Hver by sit særkende, hver egen sin charme, hver kant sin kunde. Mange steder støder vi på stolte gamle håndværkstraditioner, overleveret og finpudset gennem generationer. Glaspusteri i Sæby, fritidsfiskeri i Vorupør, tangtagdækning på Læsø. Håndens arbejde er blevet forædlet i århundreder og har været levebrød for mange lige så længe. Også i dag er der rift om folk, der har hænderne godt skruet på. Tidligere i år mødte jeg Augusta, Kasper, Nils, Sofie og Magnus, der om nogen lever op til den beskrivelse. Alle 5 stillede op til Europamesterskabet for unge lærlinge og faglærte i Herning. Deres fag var vidt forskellige, men ambitionen om at levere håndværk på allerøverste hylde havde de til fælles. Danmark endte med at høste et hav af medaljer, hvilket ikke bare er imponerende, men også en vigtig inspiration for andre håndværksaspiranter. Unge lærlinge og faglærte kan udrette underværker med deres hænder, så selvfølgelig skal de ikke kun gå til hånde, men tage fra med sikker hånd på de arbejdspladser, som er heldige at have dem. Det tjener os alle, når unge vælger et håndværk. Vi har brug for flere, der kan bruge både hovedet og hænderne. I dag, hvor mængder af information er et klik væk, og mange opgaver kan løses øjeblikkeligt med den rette kommando, er håndværk i høj kurs. Et godt håndelag kommer ikke af sig selv. Det kræver tid og flid. Og det er vel i virkeligheden stadig vejen til de fleste færdigheder. Livets vekslen er vores lod. Om du er født her eller kommet hertil, om du bor her eller er dansker i udlandet, så er det ens for os alle. Tilværelses omskiftelighed er et vilkår, og kan samtidig være en vej til taknemmelighed. Det vi sætter pris på, træder tydeligere frem, når vi sommetider må undvære det. At det, der er os givet, bliver mindre givet, gør, at vi forstår at værdsætte det mere. Sorger og glæder, medgang og modgang, solskin og skyer, de følges ad. Ingen kan få det ene uden det andet.
Yo, that is insane. I mean, everything he is saying here. Look, I'm going to take the text and put it in the video description once we're done later on. And you know, this was a very, very powerful speech. But you know, the things that he's saying, like the good and the bad, you know, no one can go. You know, those things go together. Nobody can escape that. You know, you're going to have the sun and you're going to have the clouds, and they go together. You know, listen, Americans, you better know when you had it good. Basically is what I take from that. And he's not talking to Americans, but this is a reminder to whoever want to get the message. Whoever needs the message, you can get it, right? So my thoughts would be, Americans, get the message. It's a good idea to know when you had it good, because the clouds can always come, and they go together. They go together. You see what I mean? So do not think that those clouds cannot come. And they usually come when you don't realize how good you had it. You see what I mean? And again, it's our personal fight as Americans. It's one of our personal goals as Americans. This might be a lesson in a different way for Canada watching the U.S. This is a lesson to the whole world, what's going on in the U.S. A lesson in these basics, you know, these basic fundamentals that societies are built on, that hold societies together. You see what I mean? And like I said, these words are not words for trolls. These words are not words for unserious people. You're not going to laugh yourself around these words. You're not going to, in fact, you'll probably run for the hills from these words, like straight up. You will likely run for the hills from these words because these words are way too serious for jokers. It's way too serious for clowns. You know, the clowns will laugh at this speech. The clowns will laugh at it. It only proves that they're clowns. You know, like Talk here or whatever the hell his name was, Talk something in the chat. You see what I mean? It's like, yeah, we know. That's how it is because you don't have any depth to who you are. If you don't understand the depth of these words, if you can't see how serious these words are, there's no depth to you. You're not a serious person. You know, basically, you're not a serious person. And I already know for a fact, there's been so many things mentioned in here. And if you just ask yourself as an American, do we think that way? You have to say, nope. That's where the weakness is. All the weaknesses are identified. All of them are identified. You know, all for one and all for one. That's not American. All for one and all for one is not American. OK, this Christian plict, this Christian responsibility, you know, the idea that your Christianity begs you to care, to be caring and to care for others, not just those closest to you, but the neighbors also. That's not American. There's nothing about that being spread around the U.S. from no goddamn politician or any nation representative. In fact, it's the other way around. It's why should my taxes have to pay for your health care? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know, this man has talked about young people in school and class learning how to be to work with their hands and shit and then getting a goddamn apprenticeship. Man, motherfuckers in the U.S. are like trying to figure out how they're going to get the money to even go to school, you know, to let alone get an apprenticeship or get a exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, oh my God.
Måske godt det samme. For forårets komme er forunderligt, netop fordi vi møder det med vinterens kulde i kroppen. Rigtig godt nytår. Gud bevarer Danmark.
Yeah, have a really great New Year's and God protect Denmark. I mean, so that's the message from the king. I would advise everybody. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put the video in the chat. I mean, and not in the chat, in the description, so people can go to it later. You know, but I'm sure there's several versions up on the net. And this speech, I call this. This is the Joker killer right here. You know, just play this speech anytime you're around some trolls, anytime you're around some MAGA people that need to be reminded of what nation is. You know what I'm saying? They can learn from a nation that's been here that's twice as old as the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Denmark and shit. You know what I'm saying? How old is Denmark? Is Denmark like goddamn 500 years old? I'm sorry. I haven't looked at this in a while. I really haven't had a need to, but since I'm a history buff, I need to look into it again and remind myself. But how old is the Danish kingdom, right? Because you're hearing from a representative of the Danish kingdom, right? You know, his forefathers and, you know, 1,000 years old. I said 500, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old. And the United States is 250 years old and has a lunatic in office that behaves like a petulant child. You see what I mean? And there's just a difference in the outcome. You see what I mean? There's reasons why we have a petulant criminal child in the White House, because it's lessons that young nations must learn about, apparently, right? Isn't that right? Isn't that what it is? I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I can take away from it. I'm even starting to think he might have access to the Epstein files himself. Yo, I'm serious. I'm like, damn, does this king have access to the Epstein files? Like, does he know something we don't know? Like, what the fuck? He might. But one thing I'm going to tell you for sure, if a Dane has it, they ain't going to let you know too fast. They're going to keep it hidden very, very well what they know. And then they're going to let you know what they don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to be out there like Trump blabbing it all on the motherfucking TV every second he gets and shit, you know? Like, Jesus, man. This is like, anyway, I want to thank all Danes for being Danes. Thank the Danish king for an excellent, responsible speech. Just more than excellent and responsible, just a real fucking speech. Like a real adult in the room, a real leader. I know that Denmark has a parliament and it's it's a democracy and all of that. But I mean, this guy spoke like a damn real leader, like seriously, like a person who has some depth about what countries run on. You see what I mean? And you said the postal service is twice the age of the U.S. Yeah. Damn. Well, Dennis, man, I forgot that goddamn Denmark is 1,000 years old, bro. You know, I actually said 500. I mean, but damn, it's 4 times older than the U.S. 4 times older. I don't know how far, you know. You would know me. Who was it? Because it didn't start with the first Christian king, right? It started with, well, here, let's just go back. Let me read this and then we can come out of this little segment. The kingdom of Denmark generally is considered to be about 1,060 to 1,100 years old, depending on how you date its founding. How historians date it, they dated back to 935 or 958 CE, reign of Gorm the Old, widely regarded as the first king of a unified Denmark. 1965 CE, the Yelling Stones erected by Harold Bluetooth, right? Damn, Bluetooth, man. It's explicitly named Denmark as a kingdom and mark its Christianization. This is the most commonly used official date. Age today, as of 2026, 965, from 965 CE, about 1,061 years old. From 935 CE, about 1,091 years old. Why Denmark is special? Denmark is often described as the world's oldest continuous monarchy. Okay. Despite changes in the territory, religion, and political structure, the Danish kingdom has never ceased to exist as a state since the Viking Age. Okay. In short, founded 10th century age, 1,060 years, status, oldest continuous existing kingdom in Europe. You understand? So, you might, to me, I can just tell you this. Trump projects a lot, and the king of Denmark projects very little. Projects very, very little, you know. So when I'm reading this, you know, I'm looking at I'm getting a sense that what is Trump fucking jealous? I mean, is that what it is? Like, is that what it is? Is Trump like jealous? Is that what this is about? I mean, because again, think about it. Or is it to destroy NATO? To maybe try to pick on Denmark and see how Denmark is going to respond? Well, this is your response, Trump. This is your response. This is the response you got. You got a speech that basically, you know, a speech that you can't live up to. I mean, you know, he can't even begin to he would never talk about, Trump won't talk about anything mentioned in this speech because all of it is shit that you do when you have a nation where you care about your own people. You know? Trump is never fucking going to, he don't want to give no damn clues. You know what I'm saying? To what he should be doing or how he should sound. So he's never going to go over this speech. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. But in any case, let me pull up one other thing. You got to hear what the prime minister just said also. So let me just get that out the way real quick. This is hilarious. Let me see here. Yeah, and there's a lot going on. We have Congress that is having some shadow meetings, right? I heard. And then we also have the 30th day. Now, there's 30 days until the next shutdown, basically, or less than. On the 30th. It's on the end of this month. So it's less than 30 days. It's January 30th. So you got 3 weeks until the next shutdown possibly happens. That means the government won't get funded. Remember, that was just a temporary extension to fund the government for that little time period. Yeah. I don't know, and what are your thoughts? Do you think if they don't return health care, the government should stay shut down? I mean, I don't think Trump wants the government shut down. I don't think he does personally. I don't think Americans want it shut down, but I think Trump loses some things when it's shut down that he would rather not lose. So here, let me pull this over here. Now, I hope you guys can see this. This is the Danish prime minister, right? And she gave a little comment. She was in an interview, so I want to let people hear that. Let's see here.
Hvad mener du med det?
Det jeg siger. Altså hele NATO-alliancen bliver bygget for, at vi ikke længere skulle angribe hinanden. Den er bygget på efterværende på asken af 2. verdenskrig og al den elendighed, der fulgte af den store krig. Når man laver NATO-alliancen, er det selvfølgelig både for at beskytte os udefra, men jo også for at sikre, at NATO-land ikke angriber hinanden. Hvis USA vælger at angribe...
Okay, so if the US chooses to attack another NATO nation,
et andet NATO-land, så hører alting op.
So everything else stops. All the other agreements, all that other stuff, it stops right there. Right there.
Hvad mener du med det?
Det jeg
And what do you mean?
siger.
And she's saying that's what I'm saying.
Altså hele NATO-alliancen bliver bygget for, at vi ikke længere skulle angribe hinanden.
The whole NATO alliance has been built up so that, based on the fact that we shouldn't attack each other.
Den er bygget på efterværende på asken af 2. verdenskrig og al den elendighed, der...
Yeah, and it was made after World War II.
fulgte af den store krig. Når man laver NATO-alliancen, er det selvfølgelig både for at beskytte os.
When they made the NATO alliance, it's to protect us, but also
Udefra,
to protect us outside, but also
men jo også for at sikre, at NATO-land ikke angriber hende.
but also to be certain that NATO nations don't attack each other.
Hvis USA...
So that's what she's saying, and I actually looked that up, to be honest with you, and so let me go to the article. It's Article 1. So that's the first one. You know what I mean? Article 1, damn, requires member states to settle any international disputes by peaceful means and refrain from the threat or use of force inconsistent with the UN Charter. So there you have that information now. Feel free to look it up for yourself, as I always do. And yeah, man, I'm again, and listen, I don't agree myself with many of the. I've heard comments that Meta has said that I didn't agree with, flat out, that I thought were poorly contrived ideas, and I'm not going to go into length about it, right? But I don't necessarily agree with all of her views, to put it short, right? But on this one, like, to be honest with you, I have to say this. She's a Dane, and on this one, I'm standing with all Danes on this one. Like, you know what I mean? Because this is a threat to their country. This is a threat to Denmark, right? This is actually a threat to the entire country. This is different. This is not like some little simple thing where we can all sit back and argue and debate over. Like, this is actually really somebody actually fucking threatening an ally, a nation that has been very loyal to the U.S. and also very good friends of Americans. And so on that one right there, I'm pretty much standing with any Dane on this topic. You see what I mean? And it's unfortunate that Trump has to make this situation where there are Americans like myself that feel like we have to speak out and, so plainly, but he has created that situation. And so it's not what I'm saying that should be the problem. The problem should be the fact that he made Americans have to say this stuff in the first place, that he made, these type of situations where we actually have to speak against our own goddamn president and speak against our own military. Like, are you guys fucking crazy? Like, really? Are you guys fucking crazy? Like, seriously. Yeah, you disagree with a lot of Meta too. Yeah, a lot of people do, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Especially in Copenhagen. But in any case, this is a whole nother fucking can of worms right here. I'm going to stand with Meta on this one. Fuck it. Yeah, you goddamn right. And I will tell her to her face too, because, listen, every American in Denmark understands what this is about, so it's like, and Americans inside of the U.S. need to understand that is what it's about outside. You have to understand there has been very few staunch allies as Denmark has been to the United States. And we're talking about very close relations. And we're talking about, even in Denmark, close relations between Danes and Americans. We're able to debate each other. We're able to be ourselves here. And even without being perfect, and we've always been welcomed, and that's just something you don't turn your back to. Like, and it's really a shame that we have a president of the United States of America that is asking Americans to turn their back to some of their strongest allies, people close, very, very close to them in many ways. You see what I mean? And that's just embarrassing. On top of that, it's a lot of other things we could go into culturally. You see what I mean? So Danes are our friends, and we just have to let it be known that is what it is, to people. Like, don't get it twisted about, you need to come to Denmark and experience it for yourself if you don't understand why I'm saying this, and yeah. Okay, I got you. I appreciate that. You done goofed. I appreciate that. Yeah, but in any case, so now we've heard from the Danish king, and now we've heard from the Prime Minister of Denmark, and and so let's go over to some other stuff, back to the U.S. now, and I'm gonna tell you, every word that I just said, I mean it. Listen, if you're an American that doesn't appreciate the relationship the U.S. had with Denmark, you're a goddamn fool. Like, you are a fucking goddamn fool. It's like, you need to study up on who your goddamn allies are and study up on this goddamn world that we live in, and get a map when you do it, and start asking some questions. Because you are not the only special people on fucking earth. Like, seriously. And it's a shame to have to say it that way, because a lot of people don't wear their specialness so cheaply on their collar like fucking Donald J. Trump does. You see what I mean? Like, you're not supposed to wear it that way, and, but Americans are going to find out. If you have a leader like that does that, you're going to find out. You are definitely going to find out you ain't the only special people on earth. You're going to find out, you may not have known it because other people don't wear it on their collar every day and tell you, I'm special. Worship me. I'm the best. I'm the best. No, other people don't do that. You see what I'm saying? So, or don't have to do that, or maybe don't even feel good doing that. You might want to ask yourself, why don't they feel good doing that? Is it because they're confident in themselves to where they don't have to? I mean, I definitely believe that. Now. I would never have imagined that the U.S. military would just go along with some shit about, listen, Maduro is one thing, and I'm not even saying that's good. I think that was a mistake. I'm talking about a mistake, an American mistake, a mistake only another American could make. Like, that was such a petty endeavor going into Venezuela like that. That is such a petty ass endeavor. It's an insult because it's not even about Maduro. You see what I mean? But if that wasn't petty enough, this shit that they're doing with Denmark, oh no. This shit is not going to work. I'm going to tell you that. It's not going to work out. You know, it's not going to work out. You are on the verge of losing some people that know their value and know their worth. Like, you know, a lot of people would love to be allies with Denmark. I put it to you that way. You know, a lot of people would like to be allies with Denmark. Like, you know, Denmark is on the move right now. You see what I mean? It's not standing still. You see? So, yeah, he said Untill, and then it said Untill. Yeah, well, they need to look up Untill. It's hard to break. It's hard to break the Untill, man. But, you know, but some of it is there. Like you said, man, it's like, you know, this whole thing about thinking you special, you too goddamn special. They need to learn a little about the Untill, Dennis. I'm serious, man. Diz que lerno om the Untill, Verfeld. Because I had to learn a little bit too. That's some wild ass shit. But there's one part about it. And that one part about it is that they don't wear that specialness on their sleeve. You know, they don't wear it cheaply. You see what I mean? And that is that's one of the things I would say keep that part of the Untill, you know, keep it. Some of the other shit I don't agree with. That shit is crazy. Like, how do you know what somebody else thinks they think they are? But in any case, Trump is a motherfucker. He's almost like, you know, some of the anyway, look, let's get over to the US because there's some serious things going on in the US now. And apparently Congress just met, right? Congress met. And let's see here. Let's see if we can find out what Congress said about that little incident or any incident. I don't give a damn. Congress needs to have a whole lot to be speaking about right now. I mean, you know, any of Congress, the Senate, all of them, the UN has been speaking, been talking and shit. Who else has been talking? Well, let's see here. Let me see. Marjorie Greene Taylor strikes again, by the way. Did I say that? That is pretty interesting. But Gregory, okay, let me see here. Let me start off with this right here. Let me see. Let's bring this up. Can I bring this up? Here we go. We take this down. Boom. And let me just configure this a little bit better for folks. See, I can bring my camera back up. All right, let's see here. Is it going to work now? Boom. Let's go.
US now has just learned that top members of the Trump administration will head to Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of Eight and top lawmakers on the Foreign Affairs, Foreign Relations, and Armed Services committees. Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane will attend, according to 6 sources who are familiar. Meanwhile, MS Now has learned that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is set to convene every single ranking member on House committees early this week to work on a war powers resolution that the whole caucus can get behind. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says his caucus will also be moving ahead this week with its own resolution. We should note that war powers resolutions have already failed in the House and Senate in recent weeks because of a lack of GOP support. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Gregory Meeks of New York. He's the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. We're hearing as President Trump and Senator Lindsey Graham are gaggling with reporters right now that Lindsey Graham has just said, "You just wait, Cuba." What do you think this administration has in mind after what we've just witnessed in Venezuela this weekend? Are you concerned about what comes next?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Trump is made an illegal, clearly attack on a sovereign nation. We know that Nicolas Maduro. Everyone knows that he is a bad guy and a guy that prevents democracy and violated human rights. But we also know we have the rule of law. So we have to talk about that. And we know that he won't stop, because when you look at what the president has talked about with his national security strategy, saying that we are going to just take over the Western Hemisphere. Well, that's part of Cuba. That could be Colombia. That could be Mexico. And then that will just take us into war after war and cost the American people billions of dollars. And who's going to take over what? There's no plan at all, as there is no plan right now as to what takes place in Venezuela after this attack. We should be talking about democracy. He's not talking about democracy. It seems clearly that this will continue as if this is the days of colonialization. You know, the same thing I see on the continent of Africa right now. You know, the strikes in Nigeria, and I hear the talks about doing certain things and various other countries where there's minerals. We should have learned the lesson that colonization does not work in people, especially what we've done in our history in South America.
Congressman, let me come back to the breaking news that we had about at the top of the hour about the meetings that are going to take place, the briefings that are going to take place tomorrow on Capitol Hill. What questions do you have? What are you going to ask the members of this administration, perhaps even the Joint Chief of Staff, about either the operation, the legality of the operation? What do you want to know that has not been answered or explained as of yet?
What's the plan after? You know, if you don't have a plan, then you plan to fail. And that's what's going to cause the American people to suffer also. We've been down this path before, as you know, in Iraq, when we saw a mission accomplished. That was not accomplished. So what is the plan? One of the things that I can recall that President Obama said after Congress did not act and do what I believe we should have done then with reference to Libya, was he did not concentrate and focus enough beforehand on what would take place the day after. And so, as you've heard from Donald Trump at his...
You know, and that's the thing about it, you know. See, this is the hypocrite value to it. Trump spent all that time talking about Hillary Clinton in Lebanon, right? Didn't he spend all that time? And but he's out there basically with no goddamn plan himself. And all right, Bits, I see you in a little bit. Appreciate you. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, you know, and Trump is out there, you know, doing these things like you know, see, this is one of the things I fault MAGA for. And MAGA, they always have this Joe Biden did it, so we gonna do it too. So they always use someone else that they claim made a mistake to validate why they're going to do the same thing, right? And it's not that they don't use it as a mistake to say we're going to be different. They use it as a mistake to say we're going to do it also. You see what I mean? And that's where it's so weird, because they don't actually believe it's a mistake, you know, and they just actually do the things that they say are mistakes. It's basically gaslighting the entire time. Hey, Christina, good to see you, 6 cents. Yeah, you know, and 45 Roni, what's up? Yeah, and they just, you know, do it in their own way. So now we're in Venezuela and we're supposed to pretend like, I mean, here's the thing about it. They want to tell you, they pretend Americans don't know what a threat is. Don't know who their neighbors are, don't know nothing about their neighbors, don't know nothing about their allies. We don't know nothing about Canada. They just are enemies all of a sudden. You know, we just believe one motherfucking man, one administration. We just believe anything he say about Canada all of a sudden, out of the blue. Last 100 years doesn't matter for shit. We just listen to one man who's a criminal tell us, and he's supposed to change our whole perception about what Canada is to an American. Right, to a U.S. citizen. And it's the same thing we doing with Denmark. We supposed to trust him just out of the blue, suddenly, just out of the blue. After 100 years, nobody else has come like this, really. I mean, we talking about really, or 80 years, 70 years since NATO started. And now we're just supposed to believe Venezuela. We know what's going on in Venezuela. I'm not fucking stupid. It's open. It's all on the internet, man. Since the advent of the internet, you can get any information you want. We know who the fucking drug dealers are, motherfucker. We don't need the CIA to tell us who the drug dealers are, okay? We don't need the FBI to tell us who's selling dope, okay? You know what I'm saying? And they act like it. But listen, if you think that these people are about just killing Americans, come on, man. Have you ever been to any of these countries? Have you ever been to any of these countries? I mean, really? Really? Is it that simple? So are Americans about killing Venezuelans? Are Americans, are we that type? Are we just sitting around saying, you know what? We're going to wait for some Canadians to come here so we can kill them, you know? Are we sitting around thinking about, oh, you know, let's send dope to Canada because we want to kill all motherfucking Canadians? Is this how people even just think at all? No. The problem lies somewhere else. The problem lies, Purple Groovy. The problem lies somewhere else. And if you know America, you know that there's groups of people that are impoverished. You know that. Are you really trying to say the motherfucker who is selling crack, as a reference, selling crack on the corner is literally trying to kill everybody? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what it's really about? Is that it? Look, I'm sorry, that's not what's fueling it. What's fueling it is people need money. Money is fueling it. Capitalism is fueling it. That's what's fueling it. It's capitalism. I mean, so you could say that somehow, the person, the guy at the top of the chain somewhere wants to kill some Americans. But what about everybody else in the chain? See, if everyone else in the chain didn't need any money, it wouldn't be getting moved around. It wouldn't be worth anything. It wouldn't have any fucking value. You see what I'm saying? But the mere fact that people need money, they're going to go out and find something to sell, find something. And the mere fact that people are, look, people can't keep a bottle out of their goddamn hands, and you still sell it on the grocery store. In the grocery stores, you sell alcohol. In the corner stores, you sell alcohol. People can't even keep a cigarette out of their goddamn mouth. You still sell it in the goddamn gas station, still sell it in the corner store, still sell it. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? You see what I mean? So what are these people, what are they trying to kill everybody too? So the people that are selling them cigarettes and selling alcohol, they trying to kill people too? Is that what are we going to say that? Or is it about capitalism? What is it about? You see what I mean? And it's just so insulting. It's just so insulting to American people. They literally think we can live on the same goddamn continent. Today, the world is smaller than ever. Be 3 hours away by plane. And you think we don't know them and what they think? Like, I'm sorry, that makes no motherfucking sense. That makes no motherfucking sense. Listen, for the people that don't know, Venezuelans are not fucking trying to kill Americans. Let me just make it very plain. Colombians aren't fucking trying to kill Americans. Brazilians aren't fucking trying to kill Americans. You act like they have like they're not busy doing all kinds of other shit. Like they only have you to fucking think about. Like you're that important. Like, yeah, we're gonna kill every fucking 350 million Americans. Man, they got shit to do that's funner, that brings them more joy than killing Americans. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And we're going to let this guy describe these people. Look, it has nothing to do with whether we agree with who's in power there, but to describe a whole group of people like that, sorry, that is fucking wrong. And it's also insulting to Americans, other Americans, U.S. citizens that know that it's not true. If you want to know what Venezuelans think of you, get your bitch ass on that fucking airplane pronto and fly your monkey ass there and find out. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's fucking stopping you. Go to Colombia. Who the fuck is stopping you? American citizen at one time could go anywhere on fucking earth without even a visa. Without even a visa. I'm just here to tell you, people ain't out there really trying to kill fucking Americans like that. They just never have been. All these places people been going. No, they like you when you come. Can I help you? You know what I'm saying? That's the only question. Can I help you? Can I help you? You need anything, sir? Oh, really? You looking for this place? What the fuck? I'm sorry, but that's all I ever found going anywhere. That's all I ever found. That's all I have ever found. I never found anything. And maybe if you found something bad, maybe it's because there's something in your motherfucking brain that is attracting that. But nothing in my brain, nothing on me, nothing in my approach, nothing in what I say and how I treat people invited any of that, anything bad. You see what I mean? And Americans, we have to be smarter than that. Listen, this is not the fucking, 1800s anymore. The continent of America, North and South, is at your disposal any goddamn time you choose to make it a motherfucking option for yourself. It has been open to you. So for you to let a peon like Trump, a billionaire, talk to you like you're fucking stupid, like you don't even know the people that come from your own fucking continent. You don't know anything about their country. You don't know anything about their culture. You don't know any, and you're a proud American? How's that fucking possible? How can you be a proud American and know nothing about any other people on the goddamn continent? What they stand for, who they are, what their culture is about, what their history is, what they're proud of, what contributions they've made to humanity, to society. How can you call yourself a proud American and you don't know none of that shit? That's embarrassing. But I bet you know some European history, though, if nothing else. A fraction. You know what I'm saying? Like a fraction and shit. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know anything about being anything European. Like you could know something about being American if you fucking wanted to. By the way, there is no goddamn excuse for it. There is no excuse for it. There is no excuse for not knowing what other Americans are like, what their history is, what their culture is, what they, who they are as a people, their strengths, the things that make them beautiful. There's no goddamn excuse. Other people know about us. Other people know about jazz. Man, I live in Copenhagen and there's loads of people that can name every goddamn jazz record that came out of any famous jazz musician out of America in the last, 50 goddamn years. That's fucking hip. That is goddamn hip. When you can have a conversation with a motherfucker about his own culture, about the things that make his people fucking great. Yo, I'm telling you, you people, man, I mean, obviously I wouldn't be talking like this if this is not the line. Like, if this goddamn U.S. military does not understand that you are about to fuck up everything for the United States of America, if the people allow these, I don't know what they are, these corrupt Congress people, these corrupt senators, these corrupt judges, if you allow them to not, if they do not impeach this motherfucker Trump, you, the people, have fucked yourselves over so goddamn deeply. Like, that is something every American citizen needs to know right now. Like, you need to know it. You need to know it. And you need to really think about why no one cares about the prices going up, why no one cares about you losing your health care, why no one cares about you losing your job, and fucking don't even utter the word Biden or Kamala out of your motherfucking mouth. Be adult about it and talk about the people right now that are fucking doing it to you. Because they are the ones doing it to you. And don't be a bitch. You didn't have it like this last year. You know, like serious. Like I'm really wondering deeply about this. And again, thanks Denmark. Thank you, Denmark. Thank you that I'm in Denmark. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. Thank you that I'm in Denmark. You know, but I'm also speaking for other Americans. And I'm speaking out to let people know. You see what I mean? Like, so just let people know you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You can doubt what I'm saying. You can be a troll all you want. You could think a motherfucker is joking with your ass. Shit. The joke is on you, buddy. The joke is on you. I'm not joking. There's nothing about me that's a joke. Nothing. You know, so I hope Americans get this message, yo. I really hope Americans get this message. And because, you know, if you don't get this message, you know, you're going to wish you did. You're going to wish you did. You know, and the ones out there that's out there saying, we needed a message. We wish we had somebody that told us. Well, here you have it. Now you got it. You see what I mean? Don't put it to waste. And also, if you want to put it to waste, I'm just going to tell you flat out. That's your life. I'm not wasting my motherfucking life on no dumbasses. I'm not wasting my life on any stupid ass bullshit. I ain't got time for it. My life has more value. It's supposed to have meaning, the things I do. You know, it's supposed to have actual meaning. It's not just supposed to be like a bunch of garbage and bullshit like, oh well, fuck it. Who cares about anybody? You know, let me fuck this up. Let me fuck that up and laugh at everybody. You think I want to be a part of that? Nope. I'm so proud that I'm out here on the internet letting everybody know I ain't going for that bullshit. Like seriously, I ain't going for it. Not my life. Not my life at all. You know, if you don't feel like you've been duped when you lose your health care, you're the dumbass. If you don't feel like you've been duped by Donald J. Trump and you lost your job, you're the dumbass. If you don't feel like you've been duped when you go to the grocery store and shit costs a little too much and you don't feel duped by Donald Trump, you're the dumbass. Okay? You know, if you don't feel, I mean, you know, it's not me that's the dumbass because he's not duping me. He's not duping me. Motherfucker is not duping me at all. Not at all. You know, and wow, it's just so amazing. But let me play some more of this. Today is just going to be a stream where I'm actually just getting this out, saying these things, you know, to make sure that, you know, the message gets out loud and clear without, you know, normally I do try to play a lot of videos or just play whatever the current information is out there. But you know what? You guys know it. I mean, look, this representative talked a little bit. He talked about this. He said what his feelings are. But you know what? Somebody's going to try to say, well, nobody ever told me. Of course, MAGA can't listen to this guy when he tells them. That's forbidden for a MAGA person to listen to a Dem. Can't do that. Nah. Just like they might listen to the King of Denmark. You know, but let me tell you, the King of Denmark's message, you can't even fucking handle. You can't even handle. At least this guy's not expecting much from you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And they're going to hate on the dude that ain't even expecting much, knowing they can't even live up anywhere close to what the King of Denmark is asking. This dude is asking them for less. He's not even asking them to do half of what the King of Denmark is asking anybody to be in terms of civility, reasonability, humanitarian wise. You know, This dude is just saying, come on, man, don't be a complete total idiot. And they still like, nah, we gonna be an idiot.
Press conference and also the remarks from Secretary Rubio and others, they don't have a plan. They're going back and forth among themselves.
I mean, they can't even, the MAGA people, they're not even, they're like sitting here, the guys speaking facts, they don't even have a plan. MAGA people ain't even concerned about it. They ain't even concerned about it. That's how dumb they are. Oh, well, fuck it. We never had a plan before. It's all been fun when we stormed the Capitol. That was just another day fun. Okay. All righty. Okay. But one thing you're not going to do is say that this black man on the screen didn't tell your ass. He told you. Now, you may not like his suit. You may not like his tie. You may not like his vernacular. You may not like everything he voted for. You may not but one thing you're not going to say is that he lied to your ass today. Okay. Cause
there is no plan in that regards other than what Donald Trump articulated.
I mean, when everyone around the world says there is no plan, not around the world, but in your country says there is no plan, and you still trying to make sense out of it, still trying to make believe there's something, there's a goddamn plan. The plan is to sow chaos, but it ain't no plan to get you anything good out of it. It's all going to backfire on the American citizen. And this is the crazy shit. You're paying for something that is going to definitely 100%, 1000% without any chance whatsoever. It is definitely going to come back to the American citizen and taxpayer. This is not going to work at all for you. It's just make it totally plain. This is totally going to backfire on the American citizen's life, and you will carry the burden perfectly while you're paying this guy. You will pay this guy just to be a dumb. I mean, if you're paying him, why don't you at least listen? That shows you how really dumb this is. You pay for it. You may as well listen to it. What the fuck? Are you paying his salary? You may as well see if he makes a point, even though he's a dim sometimes. You got to do that because you paying this guy's salary too. But no, they ain't going to do it. They ain't going to do it. They ain't going to listen to this dude. They ain't going to listen to the King of Denmark. And all I could say is, okay, well, you going to reap what you sow. And you losing your post. You're losing your position. Let me go to the next one. Let's go back to the shorts, because goddamn, there was some more MAGAs, right? More MAGA people that are like really getting tired of Trump, and it just really surprises me. Like, why so late? Why so late? What is your brain really that dumb? Yeah, they dumb, yo. They dumb. They're not that clever. They're not as clever as they think. You see what I mean? And now they're in this situation where they have to eat shit. And this is what eating shit looks like. But look, this ain't nothing compared to the shit you gonna eat. Like, if Trump remains in office every day, every extra day it takes is just some more shit you're gonna have to eat. So just remember that from here on. Just remember it. Here we go.
You've lost touch with your fucking base. You've lost touch with reality of what people actually want to see. And the people around you are either not telling you the truth or you're fucking in on it. And if you're not in on it, I would appreciate for you and I to have a discussion so I could inform you about what these people really want. Okay. So this can go on Twitter, and you can have your people call me, and I will get my fucking happy ass on an airplane, and I'll sit down and enjoy a motherfucking Big Mac with you. And we will fucking get real clear about what people actually want, because the motherfuckers around you are either full of shit or you're in on it.
Yeah.
And that's where people believe right now. Okay. And here's the thing.
A lot of people believe that.
Yes. And here's the thing. Okay. I said on last show, you're going to go down as the president who had the opportunity to fix this country and chose not to. And you might say, oh, well, that doesn't really fucking matter. Well, you know what? It's going to matter, because your kids are going to get blackballed in America. Okay. Your legacy is going to be ruined. The Trump name will be a fucking joke. And I know you care about those things.
Yeah.
And you should. I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. Okay. Donald Trump, you've lost touch with your fucking base. You've lost touch with reality of what people actually want to see. and the people around you are either not telling you the truth or you're fucking in on it. And if you're not in on it, I would appreciate for you and I to have a discussion so I could inform you about what these people really want. Okay. So this can go on Twitter and, you know, you can have your people call me and I will get my fucking happy ass on an airplane and I'll sit down and enjoy a motherfucking Big Mac with you. And we will fucking get real clear about what people actually want, because the motherfuckers around you are either full of shit or you're in on it.
Yeah.
And that's where people believe right now. Okay. And here's the thing.
A lot of people.
People believe that Trump is in on it. He is full of shit, but he's also in on it. You know, so it's both. It's like a double whammy. But that's what, more importantly, that's what people believe. It doesn't matter if somebody thinks it's true or not. What matters is that's what people believe, and they believe that. And so congratulations, because, listen, again, it's not what you say. Defense is not the act of saying you're going to defend yourself. It's doing it. You see what I mean? So the more Americans figure out what this motherfucker has been up to, then you have a chance at stopping this motherfucker. But as long as there's people that want to continue to live in the blind world where this stand by my man shit, you know, has to be. I mean, these guys are standing by their man more than, you know, it's like more than that lady, more than somebody. It's like, what the fuck? It's almost like they married to Donald Trump, man. Like, really, there's no one in between them and Donald Trump. The people that believe in Trump, there is no one more important than Trump. And, but once we get enough Americans like this, I don't even know what this guy thought before. Obviously, he believed in Trump, so it had to be a lot of shit that, dude, there's something wrong about your ability to dissect shit. That's what I would say. You might have got part of it right, but part don't cut it, man. You got to be on the bullseye, or you get to another place with all your beliefs. And so, not that all your beliefs might have been totally wrong, but you ain't get the bullseye either. And that's what counts. And I could tell you, a motherfucker like me got the bullseye. You see what I'm saying? That's why I didn't vote for Trump. Very simple. And if you try to make believe that somehow Kamala Harris was going to be worse for you, man, you're just fooling yourself. You're just fooling yourself. You know, you need to, people like this, before they make any thoughts or any comment about any Democrat, they need to first understand why the fuck would they even vote for Trump? Like, if you voted for Trump with all the, it's one thing to not know anything about Trump and just be like, man, I want something different. Fuck it. Hey, I'm voting for Trump. That's one thing. But that's not what these people did. These people believed in all his bullshit. And so you got to ask yourself first, before you even come further, why did you? Why did you believe in all that bullshit? Why did you believe in him and all that bullshit? What is it about you that you did wrong that you need to correct so you don't do that again? And until enough of these people reach that point, they ain't going to be of use to anybody. So, I mean, not the real use, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you could use them if that's what you want, if you call using somebody. But for me, what I mean is just like, as a fellow American, being able to stand arm in arm and say, yo, this is our country. The motherfucking government works for the taxpayer. It works for the citizen. Like, and these people are acting like it's somehow the other way wrong. Like they are part of some special club of some elite where they get all the benefits, and the average citizen is supposed to pay for them to get the benefits, and it ain't enough for us. Like, that's totally fucking wrong. Like, flat out. That is totally fucking wrong. That's totally backwards. And that's where the conversation needs to pick up at. Like, listen, stop complaining about the rights that someone else wants. What the fuck do you want? Like, stop thinking about if some, person wants to get a sex change. They're not talking about you. They're talking about their motherfucking self. Why don't you have something you want for yourself? Do you want health care? Do you want a job that pays the bills? What is it you want? And stop. And you can't convince anybody that 0.1% of the goddamn population is interfering with your motherfucking life. You see? And this is what these people have been. This is their biggest mistake. When they bought into the idea that liberals are stopping them from getting something, that's the real crime right there. Because they're supposed to want the things that the fucking liberals wanted in the first place. It's the goddamn How can you be against somebody that wants you to have health care? Why don't you follow the conversation enough and figure out that, wait a second, it's the Republicans that sabotaged health care in the first place. They didn't want you to have zero. They didn't want you to have none. And these people still sitting around trying to figure out it's the Democrats who fucked up healthcare. Motherfucker, you wouldn't have any healthcare if it wasn't for the Democrats. Are you stupid? And these people, they don't want to have a job. They want to focus on trannies. They want to focus on minorities that want to work and earn their fair share. And these bitch motherfuckers, they want to focus on them instead of focusing on themselves having a living wage. You know, come on. There's enough money in the United States of America for everyone to make a living wage. Why do we know that? Because the U.S. has a bigger GDP than any other country. The GDP is bigger than the amount of people. Europe has 450 million people and half the GDP. Why the fuck do they all have health care and education? Why is that? $17 trillion versus $30 trillion. How come? So the EU has a smaller GDP, but 100 million more people. But those 100 million more people all have education and all have health care. Why aren't people like this on the screen concerned about that? And why are they even today trying to scapegoat the very people that provide for their citizens, like somehow they did it without hard work or somehow they couldn't do it without you? Stop fucking dreaming. Stop fucking dreaming. These people did it without you, motherfucker. And furthermore, you couldn't do it yourself. So what the fuck are you talking about? You see what I mean? Like, you don't even want to do it yourself. That's even worse. So even if the EU did do it with a little help, what's worse? Doing it with a little help or you not doing it at all and not even wanting it and not even wanting to do it? What's worse? You tell me. What do you think is worse for the average person? I mean, look, you can be average all you want, but don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. And I'm talking to people like this, this guy in this video. Like, you guys need to stop fucking being stupid and wake up all the way this time. Get real woke. Okay? Get real woke this time. Don't get halfway woke. That's what MAGA is. It's a lot of halfway woke people and shit. It's like, and they complaining about other people being woke. What the fuck?
I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. Okay? Donald Trump, you've lost touch with your fucking base. You've lost touch with reality of what people actually want to see. And the people around you are either not telling you the truth or you're fucking in on it. And if you're not in on it, I would appreciate for you and I to have a discussion so I could inform you about what these people really want. Okay? So this can go on Twitter and, you can have your people call me and I will get my fucking happy ass on an airplane and I'll sit down and enjoy a motherfucking Big Mac with you, and we will fucking get real clear about what people actually.
Trump ain't even gonna ever sit down with you and have a goddamn hamburger. I mean, come on, man. Again, get that out of your head, man. You've been played. You've been fooled. You've been bamboozled. Okay? The man never liked you to begin with. I mean, what the fuck else am I supposed to say? I can only tell the man the truth, right? I can only tell him the truth. That's really what the fuck it is, man. The dude never liked you. You thought he did. What joke? I mean, wake all the way up, man. Stop waking up halfway. He's just getting through there and on his fucking show, and he's just figuring out half of it. It's like, dude, the man never liked you. You about to make the same mistake. He's like, just call me Donald Trump. I'll be on the plane and I'll get up there. So he's one of the motherfuckers that after all this complaining, he'll get on the plane if Donald Trump invite him, and he'll show up and then he'll leave the same way. Man, Donald Trump is going to help us, man. It was my mistake. I'm the one who went out there and talked bad about him, but he really does care about us. Watch. He said, wait till next year. Like, he still hasn't figured out. The man doesn't fucking care. Okay? Especially about you. I mean, he's sitting up there at the end. He had to add that little caveat. I'll get on the plane to come meet with you. It's like, man, you still believe in this motherfucker? Like, the fact that you would even say that, just shows you, like, God damn, like, you still fucking believe it. You still fucking believe it. It's like, anyway, he's not the only one, though, by the way. He's not the only one, y'all. Let me see here. Look, this other one is crazy. I mean, people are actually leaving MAGA. These are goddamn podcasters. Listen, these are goddamn podcasters. And listen, here is the other one. This is so funny too, because she is like very calm, and I'm trying to figure out what is different from her than a liberal. Like, I'm seriously trying to figure that out based on what she said. And based on her tone, I'm trying to figure out, why isn't she just a liberal herself? When you listen to what she's saying, I don't get that. And see, this is what amazes me. Like, for some reason, it's like they get in that echo chamber. And I guess the echo chamber gets them because things keep getting repeated over and over and over. So it's very attractive. You can, maybe fall for that. They use the different hate words and the trigger topics they use. Immigration, you know what I mean? Trannies. What else? Racism. Is it really racism? I can finally feel good for being, this kind of bullshit. It's like, they get in that echo chamber, and forget who they are. I think a lot of them forget who they are, right? But in any case, let's listen to this sister right here, and again, I don't see, can anybody see what is liberal about her? What looks anything looking liberal, or anything looking MAGA, anything looking right wing? What is the difference? I can't tell on the surface. And by what she said, I really didn't hear much. But listen.
Unfollow spree. And let me tell you why. The mental gymnastics required to stand by your man under these conditions truly, in my opinion, is Olympic level. And I have followed some of these people for years, admired their ability to speak out when the opinion was unpopular. But now I'm starting to think, okay, they were countering the system, but not countering the system, which is the reason why many of us voted for this administration in the first place. Here's some of my problems with this administration. The Epstein list, okay? Referring to the Epstein list as the Epstein hoax after running your entire campaign on that is a slap in the face to all of us. Do you think we are stupid? You cannot gaslight me enough into forgetting that this admin said they were going to release the Epstein list. Pam Bondi said it was on her desk, okay? We are still sending billions of dollars overseas to fund foreign wars, denying America's interest, right? We've got some problems here in the mainland. Approving PFA pesticides to be sprayed all over our fruit and vegetables. It's not limited to your fruit and vegetables. This is going into our soil. It's going to leak into our water supply. We are going to...
You see what I'm saying? Like, so she's talking about things I understand. I could have a conversation. It's not even that she's talking about things I understand. It's not just that, but I could actually have a conversation with her. She doesn't seem like a person that's not approachable or a person that you can't communicate with, right? And then when you take it to the things that she's saying, what she's saying is the truth. But how is that different from what she's saying? How is that different from a Democrat? I haven't heard one thing she said that was different from a Democrat. But she is saying she's unfollowing the right wingers and she's not voting for Trump anymore. Like, she voted for Trump and she was on all the right winger podcasters, Candace Owens, who else? A few of them. She's going to mention them. She's unsubscribing from all of them just because, listen, and I'm going to tell you the same thing too. Listen, these are hustlers. All the Americans, if you voted for Trump, it's fair enough. You did that already. But you need to be told that these people are just hustlers. Like, straight up. You're being hustled. You are just being hustled. And You need to know that. And if you can't figure it out, you're no more good basically than a prostitute that can't figure out her pimp doesn't really love her. Like, straight up. That's the situation you're in. And if that's the situation you want for yourself, keep that situation. But obviously this one right here doesn't want that situation anymore. Like, straight up. But let's hear some more from her.
To be drinking it. Forever chemicals are linked to hormone disruptions. To be sprayed all over our fruit and vegetables. It's not limited to your fruit and vegetables. This is going into our soil. It's going to leak into our water supply. We are going to be drinking it. Forever chemicals are linked to hormone disruption, thyroid dysfunction, cancer. It's an atrocity. When we're talking about making America healthy again, PFA pesticides is crazy. Debt normalization, 50-year mortgages, essentially saying your kids will.
That's not different from what Kamala Harris said. Kamala Harris said the same thing. So what is, you see what I'm saying? I'm not getting this. This is exactly what Democrats are saying. This is what they've been saying. And yet somehow that, I mean, I'm really, this is bizarre, but I don't hear anything. There's not about her, what her ideas are. I haven't heard one thing that I would disagree with yet.
Will never own anything ever. They will never own that little plot of land, the American dream. They're never going to own their own home. The fact that 90% of Black Friday purchases were made using a buy now, pay later like Klarna. That's also crazy. Yep. Surveillance expansion.
Just more debt, surveillance expansion, Peter Thiel.
Through Palantir. Think China during COVID. Yeah, that sounds extreme, doesn't it? That is how rapidly this administration is advancing AI. They're advancing it so quickly. They had to put out a statement to state governments saying, if you try to put regulations around AI, we're coming for you too.
Exactly. But who's talking about AI? You see what I mean? This administration, I mean, who's fighting against AI right now? Who wants to have the hearing? Who wants to come up with a law to restrict AI? Who is that? You see what I mean? So she's basically talking what the Democrats are talking.
That is how much this federal government wants to advance AI and data centralization. So freaking scary. And then you can't ask anything about any of this. If you start asking questions, you were never really MAGA. You're not based, right? All this infighting is caused by Candace and Tucker. Y'all, please be so serious. Don't insult our intelligence like that, right? We might like Candace and Tucker, but they're not changing our opinions. They're just saying what a lot of us are thinking.
Yeah. So that right there is, that's just another MAGA person, essentially, who is frustrated with Trump, right? And doesn't want to wait around for the promises to come true, right, of tomorrow anymore. And I mean, I'm feeling it. I could actually talk to her. I think I could have a conversation with her. And I'm hoping that there's more people like that have voted for Trump that you can actually have a conversation with, because then there's some goddamn hope. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was Rafika. That was a MAGA. That was a MAGA point. That was a MAGA. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see what the chat is saying. Some people are simply more susceptible to cults. She's probably surrounded by cultist people. It could be. You know, I'm not sure, but it could be. Let me see here. But I know one thing for sure. There seems to be a whole lot of way too many people that fell for Trump, you know. So all Trump top podcasters is dog walking him online. Yeah, basically, Rafika, exactly. Basically, yeah, that's what's going on. And you know, this whole metasphere that Elon Musk has really used to his advantage and used to promote Trump, used to promote these bots to the architects together with the Russian bots and the Chinese bots and Iranian bots, whoever else is involved. I don't know who's involved, right? But from what the U.S. security services had said, they've created this world, this incubator where if you're not a person that if you're not concerned about having natural interactions with people, right? And if you can't tell the difference from having a natural interaction with a person from interacting with a troll, that's where they challenge you on this, because they will give the perception that there's a lot of people that agree with them, and that empowers them. That empowers Trump, to make him feel like the numbers are backing him, and that empowers him to keep going out there, because in some kind of sense you could really fool Trump through these type of services. You could buy all the views and buy all the trolls you want, and Trump might look at that shit and be like, yeah, man, people like me, my ratings are high. And if you notice, Trump always says that his ratings are high. He always tells you, no, that's fake news, right? But I could imagine somebody's just showing him. He's like the Manchurian candidate. So I can imagine someone is just showing him online bots on his page, on Truth Social, and he's just like, no, oh man, I'm really popular. I'm still popular for this. People love this. I can imagine that's what they're doing to Trump, on some Manchurian candidate type of thing. Like, he's out of it. He doesn't know when he's being, and I'm not trying to take the blame away from him. It's definitely his responsibility, right? But you can sometimes influence people with the slightest of a touch. You see what I mean? You don't necessarily need to be abrupt to curve someone's trajectory. You know what I mean? And with Trump, it seems like, my opinion is that they figured out how to do that. It's not about an abrupt push. It's all you have to do is put a suggestion in his mind, or show him something, and he doesn't question it. He doesn't have the ability, it seems, to be able to critically analyze and question things himself. So he's on a ride, in a sense. And I don't doubt for 1 minute that it's the people behind him that are getting him to do this. I don't see, of course, he might get some payoff, but he ain't the brains. Trump is definitely not the brains. You see what I'm saying? Like, I find that hard to fucking believe. I find it hard to believe. He might be a brilliant liar. He might be a brilliant liar. Yeah. A person that can stand right in front of you and just lie. But I don't think he can lie around people that don't believe him. I think once you're a person that lets him know you don't believe his ass anyway, the lies, he's not good at lying anymore. But when he's in front of the camera, no one's challenging him. He's in a room full of people. Notice how many fucking people are always around him. Loads of people, giving him emotional support, all this fucking shit, And I think it's easy to be brave and confident in that situation. But the moment you by yourself and you got to go one-on-one and the next person knows exactly what type you are, I don't think Trump would ever risk that with anybody. You see what I mean? He wouldn't risk it. I mean, he just is, he can't stand on his own. He can't stand on his own. But in any case, now that we've seen a little, I mean, that's my opinion. I'm only saying my opinion here. I'm not saying that I know, although I bet on myself all the goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, jag står för myself. Jag vem jag är. Okay? Av jag står på. Okay? I know exactly who I am and what I stand for. You see what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm exactly like how the Danish king described the Danish people. Okay, that's how I am. So you ain't gonna. I have integrity, and when I know something is wrong, it's wrong, and I'm not gonna go out there and do something stupid. But I'm definitely gonna spread my word. I'm gonna spread my word. Like it means something to somebody, and I'm gonna spread my word confidently, knowing that it does. There are some people that's going to be reached. Like, I know that for a fact, and I know that whoever got a problem with it is a weak motherfucker. Basically, it will only prove my point. You see what I mean? Essentially, so but in any case, so we know that rep is there, right? Now let's go over to Schumer. Let's see what Schumer got to say. I mean, these are the line, rank and file, right? But it's important to hear what they got to say, and don't sleep on them. Like, I don't care. This isn't a moment to be like, weak people turn in on each other. I know who Schumer is. I know what he stands for, and I know what he's good at and what maybe he's not good at. But let me tell you, if you ain't up in this room doing what he's doing, then what is it worth anyway? You see what I mean? So I'm going to pay attention to what he's doing, and I'm going to give him this respect that I know he's definitely knows a whole lot and is capable of doing something. So I'm going to listen to make sure I get the gist of it, because my life matters to me. You see what I mean? I like to be in the know. And I don't stay in the know and get in the know by dismissing people all the time. Oh, that's just Schumer. I'm going to dismiss what he said. Who gives a fuck what Schumer say today? That don't matter. That don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Nah. That's not what a serious person does. A serious person listens. A serious person takes notes. And a serious person dissects, comprehends, and breaks down what is being said, and then walks away with knowledge. Okay, you don't have to like him. You don't have to trust him. You can like him. You can trust him. But it's not a matter of whether you like him or you don't. It's a matter of knowing. And if you haven't listened, you don't know. So let's take a listen and see what he got to say.
Mr. President, early Saturday morning, as we all know, U.S. forces apprehended Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Both of them are now in U.S. custody. First, I'll say this. Maduro is a tyrant. Nobody mourns what has happened to him. Under his watch, the people of Venezuela have suffered immensely. But now the crucial question is what comes next for Venezuela, and more importantly, for the United States. Nobody really seems to know. The administration's story keeps changing by the hour, even after Secretary Rubio spent all day Sunday trying to clean up Trump's mess. The president went right back to repeat that the U.S. will now apparently run Venezuela for a while. On and on and on. No plan, no clarity, only chaos. Ironically and dangerously, the chaos Donald Trump has engendered in Venezuela leads him on, in his mind, to think he should try the same thing in Colombia, in Iran, even in Greenland. But the danger in Venezuela is only beginning. Donald Trump has opened a Pandora's box, and things will get out of hand very quickly. And if Donald Trump tries to do to Colombia and Greenland what he did in Venezuela, the disasters and consequences could compound exponentially, as bad as Venezuela alone was going to be. Whenever our country has gotten involved in this kind of regime change and nation building, American families pay the price in blood and in treasure. That's what happened in Iraq, for instance. The American people did not sign up for this kind of military adventurism when they voted for Donald Trump. They wanted a president focused on America first, focused on lowering the cost of living, lowering health care costs, lowering grocery prices. Just like Donald Trump broke his promise to release the Epstein files, he's now breaking his promise to end American involvement in the endless wars. I warn my Republican colleagues. The backlash from the MAGA base on the war in Venezuela will be swift, fierce, and thunderous, just like it was with the Epstein files. And if the Republicans go along with Donald Trump on Venezuela, Americans will pay the price in blood and in treasure, while Republicans could very well pay the price politically. In the meantime, the next step for Congress is clear. We must stop Trump's folly by invoking the War Powers Act.
Yo, if this guy is not impeached, how long do you all think the average American citizen is going to last? How long? I mean, how long do you wait for your reserves to wear out before you get a different plan? Like, what does it take? Do you need to have 2 months rent in the bag before you get, kicked out? Do you need 4? Well, how much do you need before, for you to say, you know what, I'm safe enough to where no matter what Donald Trump does and and this Congress doesn't do or this Senate doesn't do, I'm good anyway. Just be honest. How many weeks is it going to take you to lose your job before you run out? Like, how many weeks before you're out of your house or out of the lifestyle that you have? Like, I mean, because that is exactly what has been created, a situation where you definitely, because we already have the data is out there, the internet exists, the data is posted through the government and also posted through NGOs, that collect data and compare their data together. Even the U.S. government uses some of the NGOs' fucking data. You see what I mean? So you got to understand what the American people are experiencing is not hidden. The data doesn't hide it. So it doesn't matter what the TV makes it look like. The data is out there. And when people look at the data, they know how many weeks you got. They actually know. And they know the average American, maybe like 70%, 70 cannot move forward as it is right now with any real meaning behind it. You see what I mean? Like, not and have health care, and then let's say you lose your goddamn job. Is that something that would be a nice experience for you right now? How long do you have? Because how you remember, I mean, don't you need reserves? Are you supposed to use all your reserves up? Hoping that how long do you think this regime, do you think, fuck Donald Trump, he's going to die. Donald Trump is going to be too sick or he's going to die. Right? So somebody else is coming in. What's your guarantee they won't do the exact same thing? They're from Trump's administration. They're from his cabinet. What makes you think they won't do the exact same thing? And can you risk it? And why should you risk it? Why should you risk it? Your tax dollars pay for their salary. Why should you risk anything? Why? What is this about? I mean, is your life just designed to where, oh, well, fuck it. Got to go through some hard times now. That's just how it is. Is that what your vote is for? Is that as good as the Congress can do for the American people? Is that as good as the Senate can do for the American people? Just, oh, well, you're just going to have to go through some hard time. Woo-hoo. Damn, yo. What's the meaning of life? I thought the meaning of life is security, consistency, norms. I mean, goddamn, it take a while for you to kick back and feel comfortable to get the kind of joy that only consistency brings. But when they expect you to have joy and shit, they can pull the carpet right up out of your motherfucking from under your feet anytime. No. That's not really joy. Just because you got it paid a couple of months in advance, you ain't experiencing joy yet. You know what I'm saying? You ain't experiencing joy yet. You see what I mean? That's not joy. That's not the joy that a person from the richest country on earth that's ever existed is supposed to be fucking living. That's less joy than less people in less powerful nations having. You know, it's like, what? Come on, yo. American people, you got to step up and you got to get out of this shell of, you got to pull your pants up. Now, MAGA people have to pull their pants up. People that supported Trump, you just got to pull your pants up. Just like you were advising other people to do. Can't you pull your pants up by yourself? All right. Now, you just have to do the same thing. You voted for Trump. He's going to harm you. He has harmed you. He's put you in stress. He's taken away more of your security, the security that you worked hard for, and you got duped, and now you have to pull your pants up and just move on correctly from that point on. Okay? Because you can do that if you choose to. You see, there's no reason why you can't. All you have to do is admit that you done fucked up with your vote and that you were utterly, completely fucking wrong about who to vote for. And you did have another option that was definitely 100% without any question on earth better. You start there. You can only start there. If you don't start there, get the fuck. Don't waste nobody's time, man. Nobody got time to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying it like, listen, I have benefits, you know what I'm saying, myself, but I still don't have the motherfucking time for bullshit. You see what I mean? I don't have the time for bullshit. I like great things. I like things that make sense. I like stuff that gives meaning. Bullshit, I ain't got time for. Like, no. My attitude changes instantly. My attitude changes instantly from I'm having a good time. I'm very cooperative. I like what I'm doing. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I like going through all the, details of what I'm doing, checking in on things, and then it could go from all of that to, oh, hell fucking no. Who do you think I am? I'm not, which you got the wrong motherfucker here. I ain't got no time to waste for your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because the world will have you tied up in some bullshit if you allow it to. You have to know when enough is enough. You have to know when enough is enough. And, yeah, I'm just curious when that's going to be for the average American. There's a lot of Americans that's had enough. I'm waiting to see, MAGA. Come on, MAGA. We all waiting to see what you're going to do. and you know something? There's an upside to this for MAGA people too. The upside is you got some other citizens that don't like Trump also. That's the upside.
Later this week, I'll join
You ain't alone.
Senator Kaine and Senators Schiff and Senator Paul, forcing a vote on our War Powers Resolution, a bipartisan measure that will affirm Congress's authority on matters of war and peace when it comes to Venezuela.
So they say one of these failed already, and so now they're going to do it again?
If there was ever a time for Republicans to step up to the plate and stand up not just for the authority of Congress, but for our national security, our safety, that time is now. Separately this afternoon, House and Senate, leaders of the House and Senate will meet with senior administration officials to ask questions about what is going on in Venezuela, try to get to the bottom of it and what the plan is.
I mean, I know right now there's some people that are probably watching Chuck Schumer and saying, man, he don't sound angry enough. He doesn't sound like, but you know what? I actually understand it. I understand it. No, because listen, if you yell and you scream at these motherfuckers, they don't do shit anyway. See, that's the thing. That's not what motivates them anyway. They're not motivated by that. That's how foul. That's how fucked up it is. You could yell and scream at the top of your lungs. Don't you realize they've ignored you the whole fucking time? So Chuck Schumer knows that. His only job is to repeat the facts. You have to be like a machine. Here it is again. Dealing with a dumb motherfucker here. Here it is one more time. I'm just going to say it a million fucking times as calmly and as succinctly as I can say it. It will sound almost like a recording over and over. And hope that it sinks in that hard motherfucking goddamn head of yours. You know what I'm saying? I mean, somebody got to do it. Someone has to stand there and be like, you know what? I'm going to tell them for the umpteenth fucking time. You know what I mean? I mean, really, I think I think that's what this is. Don't misinterpret it. Yo, don't misinterpret this. Don't misinterpret this because because the truth of the matter is that it's people and the voters. It's people and the voters. You can do no more than what the people and the voters do. You see what I mean? And, there's people that listen to this, but I see I'm a clever person. I weigh things out with several instruments. You know, if I'm going to weigh something out, I don't just use one instrument. You know, I want to find out its density. I want to find out its weight, its density. I want to find out, you know, a lot of its shape. You know, I want to find out, you know, different things about it. You see what I mean? And analyze it. So I don't like to be too fast, right? And I like to compare it. And right now, the thing that it can be compared to is very simple. A lot of these MAGA people, they talk real. They have a lot of, you know, vigor on their talk, you know. But like the Danish king said, you know, saying it is not doing it. Saying it is not doing it, you know. And you follow MAGA people, and they listen to someone that say the things they want to hear, and they didn't look for anything comprehensive. They didn't want their representative to say anything comprehensive, you know. And comprehensive is boring. Comprehensive means you got to listen. You actually have to listen, and you got to listen again and again. Like, and I think that's really what's playing out here myself. Now, don't get me wrong. That's why I brought up the thing about his tone, maybe, you know, and I know how people are going to, some people will react to that. But let me see here. Hold on. Carpe Diem said, sorry, brother, but I'm sick of old Chuck. Legacy Democrats have got to go. I don't agree with that, though. And again, I think a lot of times people do think, you know, see things. Well, of course, you see that's your view. Hey, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I can only tell you what my response would be to a statement like that. Now, that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? That's up to you what you do with it. But my response to that is that, yo, man, it's not even about how he's talking. He's not, you know, I think sometimes people use Chuck Schumer as a reason to not do anything. Basically, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is just my honest feelings. Because it's easier to jump on the bandwagon that everybody else is on. You know, it's Chuck Schumer. It's Chuck Schumer. Man, let me tell you flat out. Chuck Schumer doesn't give a fuck about that. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. Chuck Schumer is going to be back at the same place tomorrow, earlier than at most people, and discussing exactly what he's supposed to be discussing. Like straight up. And that's boring. Like straight up. Again, you know, and I think we tend to underestimate people that do that. Now, I'm not saying he's perfect at all, but listen, you need to be measured when you cut. You need to be measured, and you need to measure a few different times before you cut. The old saying, you know, if you measure well, you can cut one time. But, you know, if you really don't measure well, you might end up cutting 100 times. You see what I mean? So for me, I don't have an issue with Schumer. I'm rational about it. If you got an issue with Schumer, then you have an issue with all the Democrats. But right now, all the Democrats are the only ones that have the integrity to try to fight for your health care. That's suicidal to not recognize that, you know. And, you know, don't sleep on that. Like the situation you're in, nobody else is fighting for you. So you might want to give them some credit for that. Like straight up. Like don't sleep, you know. And, you know, that's my advice. Like seriously, like again, it goes back to how you think. Be rational. Chuck Schumer is voted on by the multitude of the Democrats in the Senate to be the party whip. You see what I mean? So he's competent. He has the confidence of the Senate. And the moment he doesn't, look, it comes down to this. The moment he doesn't, then they're going to vote on somebody else. That's all it is. It ain't even it only takes one day now. It only takes one day. Anytime they want to get somebody else up there, they can get somebody else up there. You see what I mean? And Schumer has far less power as the minority whip than he would as the majority whip. But again, I'm not saying he's perfect, but you know, when I hear people saying get all the Democrats and the tired old Democrat, nah, man, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Anybody can get up there if they want to spend their time and energy on it. You know, and what I always say to people is, well, then why don't you do it? I'm gonna tell you straight up, because listen to me, Carpe Diem. If you are an American citizen, I'm gonna tell you like this: you have no excuse if you're a citizen, because the only difference between Chuck Schumer and you is that he did the work to do it. That's the only difference. You don't need a high school diploma. You don't need anything special, my friend. But what you do need is the work to get you there. That you will do. And every day you're there, you will be up all day and all night. Every day. You know, I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real. Chuck Schumer is out there every day. He's not one of these motherfuckers just sitting back that never shows up to work now. Don't get it twisted. Chuck Schumer shows the fuck up for work. You know, like, I'm just saying. So don't think because you don't like him, you're going to find somebody else to go to work so easily. It ain't like that now, but there are others that could do a job. And there's people that argue there are others that could do a better job. And I know there's a few, but there are many. But by the way, why don't they fucking vote? The bottom line is it's up to a vote. And I'm going to tell you, I think, you know, there are some that want to do it, but if they want to do it, the only difference that will matter is you wanting to do it is great, but are you? Will you? That's the only difference. And until someone else takes that spot, I'm gonna tell you, and I would like to see a few other people take that spot, and I would support them the same, you know. So I mean, that's I would just be cautious about that, because a lot of times people like to not appreciate what they have. So, and you better believe that's exactly what happened in the last election. People had Biden. They had a good guy. A good guy is not a perfect guy. But, and that's no pun to Biden, because I don't really have any issue with Biden, to be honest with you, myself. Right. But then again, I'm also very detailed in politics. And a lot of times some people do miss the nuances in politics, man. You know, don't forget, the goal of a diplomat is to find a way where things can be better. It's not about pointing at someone else and saying you're bad. You know what I mean? That's not what diplomats do. Diplomats come together. They can't speak that way. They have to say what's good. That's what a diplomat has to do to solve problems, you know? So, you know, that's the hard part about it. So again, I don't even approach it this way with him. I know for a fact that if there was enough Dems, and keep in mind, the representatives of the Dems in the Senate are representatives of the people that vote for them. So you just got to keep this in mind. If people want something different, then they have to vote for it. They got to vote for it. That's what they have to do. They got to vote for it. And, you know, but I do think, you know, you should change it up. I'm not a fan of like one individual for, you know, too many years. I don't think it's necessary, you know, and I do think Chuck Schumer's been there a long time. So maybe he should, you know, consider giving somebody else a shot. Right. But again, are they voting for that person? It all comes down to a vote. Chuck Schumer is only there because the multitude of senators choose him. That's all it is. The moment they don't want him, they're going to elect somebody else. They can do that any day of the week. You got to understand that. So I don't really, you know, I think, you know, the voters, you got to vote. You got to tell people to vote. You got to ask people to vote. And saying that you don't like something is not the same as voting for what you like. And if you don't like something, then you got to get out there and be it. You know, that's what it's all about. I mean, that's how I see it. And I approach it that way because it gives me the responsibility. It gives me the responsibility, you know, for doing something. You know, I don't believe in pointing the finger and say, you. I believe more like in do it better. Do it better. Very simple. If you could do it better, go for it. You see what I mean? And that's how I look at my issues. That's how I approach my issues. Yeah. So I do respect Chuck Schumer because I know he is going to show up in the morning. Like, he shows up every single goddamn day. Like, so don't sleep. A lot of people looked at Biden because he was old and they focused on, Biden's old, Biden's sleeping. Okay. All right. If that's what you feel, that's what you got out of it. That's what you got out of it. That's all you could see through. That's all you could see in the guy. Okay. That's all you could see in him, you know? So, I don't think that's I don't think that's really what needs to be done. But I think as a collective, American people can force if American people want something, they can get it. But the only problem with American people is that they don't vote for what they want. They vote for what they want to take away from somebody else. And as long as you vote to take away things from somebody else, you're never going to get the things you want. You're just never going to get the things you want, and you got to be honest about what you want. Honest enough with yourself. Be humble. You need health care. You need, child care. You need an affordable housing. You need, education. Those are things you need. Be humble about it. And I really think that Americans are not being humble about what they need. And they really literally voted for what they can take away from somebody else, and I think that is just, who makes you like that? Who makes you that way? Whose responsibility is it to not be that way? But I know a lot of people don't like, they tired of Chuck Schumer, you know what I'm saying? But I don't say it because to me, it's not even, okay. You see, again, you tired of Chuck Schumer? What you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You could be tired of any goddamn thing. What you going to do about it? What are you going to do? What's the plan? So I'm not, as long as Chuck Schumer show his ass up to work and he acts like he's hearing some people, I'm cool with it. But I think, to be honest with you, I think the real issue that people talk about the Dems, I think it's a little blown up myself, is I think they talk about AIPAC, right? And this idea that AIPAC controls everybody. I think that is it's a fallacy. AIPAC is there. They do what a lot of donors do, right? Lobbyists do. And there's a lot of different lobbyists that ain't got nothing to do with the welfare of American people. You see what I mean? But it's one thing to get lobby money. It's another thing to see on how they vote. Now, I believe that the Democrats, in terms of Israel, the Democrats should have, I believe also that they should have, how can I say this, not given Israel such a long rope. You know what I mean? That's my view of it. And I think that's where the Democrats pay at. You know what I mean? And I think the Dems, they have to learn a lesson. You know what I mean? They're going to have to learn a lesson. But I also, I think that a lot of times people focus on that instead of focusing on what do you want. See, and don't get me wrong, I understand the Israel-Palestinian issue pretty well, right? But again, Palestine is Palestine. Israel is Israel. The United States of America is the United States of America. Again, start with what you need. Not with what you want. What do you need? What do you need? And regardless of what somebody thinks about Israel or Palestine, you need to always be making sure that your right to education, your right to health care, your right to a living wage, your right to be able to afford, with that wage, be able to afford housing, food, transportation, these kind of things, those things always have to be up front in the package. Otherwise, nothing else really matters, man. And I think that's the real mistake. I think that's kind of, been the problem overall. And now there's going to be people that disagree about that topic, have one, choose one side or another side, and, for me, I've been on both sides, you could say. I don't really have any hatred for Israelis or hate, but I think it's gone on, no matter what you believe, it's gone on long enough, right? To where whatever strategy has been at play hasn't worked. And so, so something different has to happen, because I think the civilian death of the Palestinians has just been way too much. It's just way overboard. It's not a plan. That being a norm is not acceptable anymore, and to have people's confidence in something positive. You see what I mean? And so, especially American citizens have the right to say, yo, man, we tired of this war. And I don't think it's any pun against Israelis or Palestinians. You know what I mean? But I think it's just like, hey, it's not the United States of America. And the time will come one day where the United States of America is not involved. That's what it is. And so both groups need to understand that and start and plan like it. You know what I mean? And, but who knows what's going to happen? But really, I think this is a moment where Americans have to start thinking about what it is they want, what it is they need, and stop thinking about what it is you want. And what I mean by want is like things that are secondary to what you need, like straight up what you need. And there needs to be this idea where when people say, what do we need? It needs to be things that everybody needs. Those are the basic things everybody needs. So whatever you think about Palestine and Israel, that should not supersede what you need at home, what you can't live without. See, if Palestine and Israel are at war with each other, you can live with that. But can you live without clean water? Can you live without a home? Can you live without a fair wage? Can you live without health care? And none of those things seem to get into the, American people's minds. Like, not as a collective, not at one time, and, and I think because of that, we tend to spookify other things and look for things to that we can maybe put a lot of time and energy into, give a lot of power to. But when we give a lot of power to that, look at what we're neglecting. You see what I mean? So I think Israel and Palestine, they just got to understand that, listen, it's not the United States of America. So at the end of the day, the fact is that we're not under any obligation to do anything for either. Like, that's what people need to really come to accept, because not because we want it to be that way, but because it is that way. You see what I mean? It actually is that way. So and I hate to say that. But it is just what it is. It's the facts of it. It's just like Venezuela. Listen, Venezuela is not the United States of America. And there's a good side to that, and there might be a bad side to it too, but it's not the United States of America. You see what I mean? And we don't need to be pouring all of our time and energy and money into Venezuela. We need to leave people the fuck alone. You know what I mean? And focus again on what do we need. And this government doesn't seem to think American people need health care. They don't seem to think American people need housing, fair housing. They don't seem to think American people need access to education too easily. They don't seem to think that shit. I think that is the biggest problem overall. And I think the reason why people don't vote for Dems is for some other reason. It's not Dems. They're talking about these things. Maybe it could be more progressive. But let's make it more progressive then. Let's make it more progressive, But if you want to do something outside of the Democratic Party, then you have to be willing to do all the work too. Because look what happened. A lot of people were like, I'm not impressed with the Democrats. Let me try something else. Yeah, well, you got something else. You definitely got something else. What you got is the terror on earth. Because you were tired of the Democrats. You see what I mean? So I think, free Palestine. Yeah, I agree. Free Palestine, But although we know, look, the Danish king said it, it's not something we say, it's something we do, right? So it's not what we say. We can say it. We can say free Palestine. We can say it. But how are we going to make it so? How are we going to actually make it so? And there have to be people that speak about it a little differently, because the way it's going right now is not good. It's not going good right now, and it hasn't gone good for a while, and there have to be people that are willing to hit the restart button, and also maybe say some things that haven't been said before, with that situation, But in any case, I just wanted to say, I hear a lot about the Dems. That was my little, thought about when I hear people talk about the Dems. It's just my thought. But again, politics requires your participation. And not just participation like going and voting for somebody else, but participation in the sense that that you don't need any special criteria to run for office. What it takes is that you get people to vote for you. That's literally what it takes. You have to be willing to go out there and get enough people to vote for you. That's it. And if you're in a community, if you're out there in a community that's missing all kinds of things, what's up? There lies an opportunity. But you have to be willing to go out there and knock on every single door. You have to. That's what it requires. And it requires no less. And the more you get away from knocking on every single door yourself, the more you're going to get in the pocket of somebody else. You see? That's all it is. So it can be done. What you want can be achieved. You just have to be willing to do it. That's how I think about it. And a lot of people are not going to like that. Hey, it's people that don't like a lot of things that I say. Sometimes, not a whole lot, but sometimes there are things. But then again, that's what makes me different. You know what I mean? I don't take exceptions in my own life. If I want something, I'm willing and have been willing to pay the price and pay the sacrifice for it. That is literally what it means to be tired of the Democrats. When you're tired enough that you go out and you do the work. Like, that's the literal meaning of it. I'm just saying, like, really, because we could talk about how much we don't like Chuck Schumer. Again, the motherfucker shows up on time. He shows up on time.
Is moving forward. An all
Every
senators
day.
briefing is also being organized for later this week. I demanded these briefings immediately after the strike on Saturday. The administration owes Congress and the American people some pretty basic answers to many important questions. Most importantly, what the hell does Donald Trump
Just
mean
like
when
Mom
he
Donnie.
says the United States
Facts.
now intends to run Venezuela?
But you see now. But here's the funny shit, Rafi. Somebody, Mom Donnie's done it, and now somebody. I've seen this. Look, trust me. I know. I see. I got eyes in a lot of places, right? And I already seen people that was talking shit about the Democrats, saying the Dems wouldn't support Mom Donnie, and they were saying Mom Donnie, he's saying this, and they liked all the shit Mom Donnie was saying, and I liked it too. But I also noticed nuances. So person was doing this total Mondami when he could use it as a tool to say, but the rank and file Democrats aren't like that. The rank and file Democrats won't support him. But then guess what happened when Mondami won? Then he flipped on Mondami and started saying, oh, man, now Mondami, I could see he did this and now he's part of the system. You know, he's going to do, you see what I'm saying? So that's why I don't fall into Chuck Schumer. Listen, Mondani already got people with the hate shit on him. There was already. So what you going to do when you always got people hating on them, hating on the people that are actually out there working on, the only people working on shit for you? What is that all about? That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it. I try not to do it, because I know the stakes are high. So there can't be no more room for this kind of this way of dealing with issues. If we don't want Schumer, then God damn it, get on the phone and call your representative and tell everybody call the representative and vote for someone else. That's how it's done. That is the only way it gets done. Or you run for office. You see what I mean? Also, that's what it requires. And don't just run for office because you don't like somebody else. Run for office because you got an agenda. That's what you should do. Don't run for office because you just don't like this person. Run for office because you have a platform. And go do it. I told folks this before, like, I'm not stupid. I know you don't need any special requirement to run to be the mayor of Washington, D.C. or in the city council. You don't. You might want to know some shit, though, but there's no specific, I don't think there's any real specific requirement. Like, it's not really, you could be a congressman with a senator with no specific requirements. There's nothing there. You see what I'm saying? It literally comes down to how many people you can convince to vote for you. That's all it is. So that's what it requires. So I hope people, when they criticize others, realize that that's how somebody like Donald Trump became president, because he was like, hey, there's no specific requirement. I got the money. I can just buy all the votes I want. I can get all the airspace. People can, everybody will hear me talk. And then, hey, fuck it. Maybe I could be president. What the fuck? I'll try that. We got to be the same way about it. Maybe you won't have as much money, but and I'm going to tell you, it ain't all about money, though. It ain't all about money. It's just about how much you get out there, how big your network is, yeah. Yeah. But in any case, let's hear some more. I didn't want to take up too much time. This is Chuck Schumer. You hear what he's talking about. He's talking about Venezuela, there's going to be some votes, by the way, coming up on the 30th of this month. The budget has to be passed again. You remember this last shutdown that happened? Well, now the new deadline is coming. So, people are going to, that's in January 30th. So people are going to hear a lot of talk about that. It's another chance to get the healthcare, subsidies reinstated. It's one more opportunity. So that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. So, people can do something about that if they want to come out and complain about the Republican Party. But if you think you're going to do something about that while not complaining about the Republican Party, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. They're only going to do something if enough people break from their rank and just say, fuck it, I'm tired of you, and vocalize it. That's the only way they're going to do it. And some of them ain't even going to do it then. But that shows you you're gonna have to vocalize now and drop the shenanigans, But let me see here. Damn, I used a lot of time here today, y'all. I'm sorry. I think I bored people. I didn't even get done what I wanted to do. I spent too much time talking myself. You guys should have stopped me, actually. You guys should have stopped me. But maybe it's all for the better. Let me see here. I wanted to let me just drop a couple of more things here that are, where is it at? Oh, right. Here we go. Marjorie.
You voted
Green
for this president.
Taylor. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here we go.
3 times. Is this what you voted for?
Not only did I vote for the president 3 times, I was one of the few Republicans that stood by him early on when the rest of the Republicans turned their back on him.
This is always the first question that they ask her.
I also campaigned all over the country for him and attended many of those rallies where the campaign promises were no more foreign wars, no more regime change, and putting the American people first. Caitlin, those are the things that I believe on and have stood on in principle, not only in principle, but by actions as well. I never voted to fund Ukraine. I never voted to fund any of the foreign wars, and I worked hard to get rid of foreign aid and funding foreign governments and foreign people. That's what I believe in. However, it is concerning to see what's happening and the direction that the Trump administration is moving in. We can say, thankfully, that Maduro has been arrested. We can say we're happy for the Venezuelan people, but we can also...
Yo, and you know what? I'm not even fucking sure about that part. You know, this whole thing about we're happy that he's arrested. Look, actually, I don't even know if I'm happy that he was arrested. Even if he was a criminal, I'm going to be honest with you, because look at what's at stake. I'm talking about really, look at what is at stake. Look, you arrest a man, you go into another country, arrest a man, but you can't even prosecute the motherfucking criminal you have right now yourself. Yo, that's not a good look. That's a look of hypocrisy. You can't do anything. What do you expect the outcome to be when the whole world knows Trump is a goddamn felon? What do you think? A 34? You're talking. Listen, I'm sorry. You can't have it both ways. And there is a moral to that story. Arresting Maduro while Trump being the president is not a good thing. Stop saying it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. And you're setting your bar way too low. Way too low. You have a felon who robbed the American people several times, raped, you know, in the civil sense of the word, right? In the civil sense of the word, I don't know what the best friend is the most prolific child sex trafficker the U.S. has ever known. Listen, the bottom line is this. You can't even arrest the one you have. And so you are a hypocrite for going. You literally went to another country to arrest a criminal? What the fuck? You couldn't even arrest the criminal in your own fucking country that steals your motherfucking top secret documents, that hangs out with the most prolific pedophile sex trafficker known to the country's history, robbed the New Yorkers, his own state, his own hometown, out of millions, hundreds of millions of fucking dollars through fraud. You're a hypocrite. Like, yeah, you can't point fingers at that man. You know, and I feel crazy even saying this, but I'm not a fucking hypocrite, yo. This is bullshit. You can't point fingers at that man when you what the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? I can't join that squad. I can't join that squad, yo. I can't join that squad, yo, the hypocrite squad. Fuck all that. Yo, fuck that. That is bullshit. That's not a good look. Everyone around the world is saying exactly what I'm saying. You mean you could send the military to kill fucking people to grab that man, and you can't even arrest the motherfucker who does it in your face? I'm not glad at all. I'm not glad at all that somebody got Maduro on those terms. Sorry, it didn't have to be that way. It could be a person who wasn't who wasn't a criminal, who wasn't a felon, who wasn't a rapist, who wasn't all of these things that could have done it. And I'll wait. I would have rather waited. Okay, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I would have rather waited. Let the people get their cocaine. What the fuck, y'all? And I wouldn't advise anybody use it, but if that's the option, then fuck it. They're going to get their cocaine anyway. What the fuck is this about? Like, this is crazy, you know? And I wouldn't advise any American person to celebrate it. I'm going to be honest with you, because, again, just on the hypocritical part of it, you know what I mean? Alone, you're not winning here. You're not winning. You didn't You didn't solve crime here. Like, yo, you didn't solve crime. This was not a crime stopper. You know what I'm saying? This was an enabler. This is a crime enabler going on and shit. And it's just, but in any case, I had to say that because they're going to repeat this over and over and over. Everybody supports it. We support it. Yeah, it's a good thing that he took out Maduro. No, I don't like him either, but I don't think that was good either. Like, don't be putting words in my mouth. I ain't going along with that shit. Like, what is this, man? You know, please. If you had someone that cared about the law, that would have been better. How about that? That would have been a whole lot better.
Voted to fund any of the foreign wars, and I worked hard to get rid of foreign aid and funding foreign governments and foreign people. That's what I believe in. However, it is concerning to see what's happening and the direction that the Trump administration is moving in. We can say, thankfully, that Maduro has been arrested. We can say we're happy for the Venezuelan people, but we can
I'm
also
not happy
look to
for the
all
Venezuelan
the regime
people.
changes before in Iraq.
Like, I'm not happy for the Venezuelan people. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? How can I make that determination? Where does that come from? I watched a couple of things on TV. What the fuck? Yo, I don't think Venezuelan people are too happy about that, to be honest. And especially that I don't even think any of them are, because what the fuck? The opposition is not going to get an opportunity. What the fuck? How can you be happy for the people? I'm sorry, but I know there might be some Venezuelan people that are happy Maduro's gone. To them, that might be a first step, and I understand that. But let's just talk about the situation you're in right now. Okay, the Maduro situation was yesterday. The situation you in right now is that the opposition leader, Trump, don't even want. So how could those people from the opposition be happy? And how can the people from the other party that he snatched their goddamn leader from be happy? How can any Venezuelan be happy about this? I don't understand that. It's almost like it was done in a way specifically so they won't be happy. That's what it looked like to me. Like, what the fuck? And people are literally, we can be happy for the motherfucker, you ain't do shit. Look, that's my opinion. You didn't do any, as far as being happy, zero. As far as, like, you know, being an example or fighting crime, that ain't happening. That ain't happening at all. That's not happening at all. And making AI video on Velasquez. Oh, that's what they're doing. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised at all. You know, I'm not surprised. This the day we living in. Fucking AI. You know what I mean? Faking everything you want. You can fake it. If you can't be it, you can fake it for a second at least. You know, people live in plastic lives and shit. But I'm sorry. I would rather talk to some Venezuelan people myself and ask them a series of questions to determine whether they're happy or not. You know what I mean? All of this shit just coming out. We could be happy for them. Maduro's gone. Like, that's the only goddamn requirement. Remove Maduro and I'll be happy. I never heard anybody say that. You know what I'm saying? Usually the list of things that make happiness are deeper, or more than one. They were like, just remove Maduro. Yeah, okay. I bet you'll never say that again. Now, because now you realize that Maduro's gone, and guess what? You didn't get what you wanted. So, surprise.
Iraq and Libya and Syria, and we said the same things for the people of those countries. But then we watched those countries fall into turmoil and civil war, and we watched the rise of ISIS and terrorism, and we watched U.S. troops remain in those countries for a very long time, and many flag-draped coffins come home. And that's what many Americans don't want to see happen. And tonight it is disturbing to see the latest news coming out of Venezuela, where there is chaos and possibly some sort of civil war or sort.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I mean, I don't want to wish them bad by saying anything, but, you know, it just seems like Trump didn't do any of the things that you would want to do to, how can I say this? Make, you know, provide a solution to to get past any opportunity for, dissatisfaction to set in on the ground or worryingness. People are worried, when you don't have a plan, that's exactly what makes people worry, because then they immediately realize, oh shit, there's no plan. We better go secure everything. We better go secure our position. We better go secure ourselves then, since there's no plan. And I think, that's the obvious part about why you want a plan before you even go in. But Trump, they don't care. They don't move like they care. Who knows what they're up to? But I would just say, like, if you want to create harm, it looks like that's what you would do. You would do what they do if you want to create harm. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like they're doing what you do when you want to solve issues and problems for people, So, yeah, they should send MAGA soldiers. I mean, man, I just think this is so, I understand you, and it is true. Like, if they want to do these dumb things, then they should get up front, right, and do them. But I mean, again, this is taxpayer dollars, and that's what, for me, that's what it's all about for me. Like, no taxation without representation. And the way that they've gone about this screams no representation. Only 1/3 of the American voting population vote for Trump. Only 1/3. Secondly, they're circumventing Congress. That's also taxation without representation. And we pay Congress's bills. So why are you circumventing the places, the institution that we actually pay to exist? To institute our right, to make sure and protect our right. That's what they're there for. And then he just bypassed that whole mechanism itself. I just think it's like, you could, sure, they should go up front, the MAGA people, if they want to do all of these things, but it doesn't matter because we're still paying them. Why do we have to fucking pay them? Why do we have to pay them to circumvent the law, to circumvent Congress? Why do we have to pay them to do this? Why do we have to do that when they're not even following the rules? You see what I mean? So, yeah, they're not following the rules they want other people to follow either. They're not following the norms. They're not following the norms. And there's nothing close to what's going on right now that's normal. Like, things are bad for people, and Trump has no restraints. That's not normal. What we are used to as American people is our president having restraints. And this is what it's like for the first time when you have a president with none. That's not normal, and that is going to hurt people, and yeah, it's just it's very unfortunate, but American people have to understand that the buck stops with them because we are paying them. It's number one, it's our country and they work for us. They're our employees. We pay them. They are not special. They don't have more rights than us. And we should fire a lot of them. Like, straight up. The ones that instituted this need to be fired. They need to be basically thrown in jail. And but from this day forward, nobody should be getting any fancy salaries, any of this shit, you know what I mean? Like, they need to, it needs to be redefined for them, since they don't understand they're government employees. They work for the people, the American people. Since they don't understand that, there needs to be a new tool and implement it where they can understand that shit real quick. You see what I mean? Because this type of thing, people can't survive twice. To have like rogue government and rogue administration, you can't survive it twice. Yeah, but in any case, more
chaos and disruption happening. And we care about people, but we care about our country too, Caitlin. And to me, America first is what matters most, and the American people matter most. And I believe the focus should be strong domestic policy to help Americans afford life, afford health care, health insurance, be able to buy a home, an affordable home, and live the American dream. And so I unapologetically support America first. And as an American, it's okay to disagree with the president that I helped get elected, and it's okay to disagree with other Americans. But what's not okay is for our government to put their full focus on foreign countries.
Do you think that Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance should be running Venezuela, as the president puts it?
Huh. That's an interesting question. Let's see here. Let's see what she said.
I would like to see our elected president and vice president and his administration running America. I think that's most important for the American people and our interest. And we have real problems here at home. We're nearly $40 trillion in debt. They've done a great job stabilizing inflation that was record high under the Biden administration. They've done a wonderful job securing the border. And
what is she talking about? They've done a wonderful job. What, with inflation? I don't understand where she's coming from with that. I don't understand that one. Okay. Do you think inflation is down for the things you buy? I don't know what the things she buys, but do you think it's down? I mean, it's gotten to a point where the words don't even mean the same anymore. You know what I mean? Inflation used to mean shit costs more. You know what I'm saying? It used to mean you had to pay for more when you go to the store. Now they act like inflation means something else.
Running America. I think that's most important for the American people and our interest. And we have real problems here at home. We're nearly $40 trillion in debt. They've done a great job stabilizing inflation that was record high under the Biden administration. They've done a wonderful job securing the border. And I love seeing the crime statistics.
Listen, on that note, right? Check this out. The Danish government just 2 days ago on international TV. No, was it 2 days ago, or was it over New Year's, or a day after New Year's or something? Maybe it was 2 days after New Year's or something. But they're about to eliminate tax. Guess what they're about to eliminate tax on? Tax on vegetables and fruit. They're about to eliminate it nationwide. That's what they're discussing right now. Eliminating tax on fruit and vegetables. And if you don't know, the tax on those things, the tax here, it's called mumps, is something like 20 to 25% of the cost. That's a lot. You see what I mean? And she's talking, you got to remember, you're in the U.S. talking about the Congress, which is well paid, the Senate, which is well paid, right? All federal employees are well paid, pretty much, especially on that level, right? Great benefits. They're not able, apparently, according to them, they're not able to make a law that brings the price of goods down. It's just that simple, yo. They just don't know how to do it. They just don't know how to do it. And so the way she's talking about it, like, it's great. They did a great job on inflation. What? What are you talking about? Well, you haven't even made an effort. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, there's no effort being put into reducing the cost of goods whatsoever. That's not even a priority. They're not even acting like it's legal to do. They're not even behaving like it's within their range. You know what I mean? That it's within their right to do that, to tell stores, at some point, you have to share, the suffering. You can't just, the people in the top of the chain have to share some of the suffering on the bottom. They don't want to do that, though. They don't want to do that. But they could. They could, but they just don't. The cost of electricity, they could, but they won't. You see what I mean? This is just all that it is. There's no law that says you can't tell the companies, there has to be a cap. There's no law on that. Why don't they have a law on it? I mean, but they're selling this idea. They're selling this idea like she's just telling you. And she's supposed to be the opposition. They're doing a great job on inflation. Look, I'm going to tell you, she sounds like a liar, if you ask me. Like, she sounds like a liar. Because when you really know how the law works and look at what else is going on around the rest of the Western world, I told you this before, my telephone costs $14 a month. My cell phone service. I get 100 gigabytes of internet on my phone a month, just on my phone. Unlimited telephone calls. And on top of that, some like maybe an hour or 2 hours calling in Europe. If I want, wherever else I want to call in Europe. What else? Text messages also. What else do I get? Yeah. And I get all that for a month, right? Unlimited time in Denmark. I get that for a month, right? $14. Why is it that everybody's cell phone in the U.S. costs like fucking $80, $120, $100, $90? Why is that? Why do you think that is? Well, why is it? Is it because they think money grows on trees in the U.S. for Americans? Is that what they think? Like, why? Do you really think it cost? How much do you think cell phone coverage costs in any other Western nation? And what could the excuse be that it just happens to cost fucking 5 and 10 times more, 5 and 6 times more? Like, what is the purpose? What could the purpose be? And again, this is a norm. This is the norm they're expecting for American people. It's just the norm. Just the norm. I don't know. Is your towers more expensive? Is your cell phone service better? Is your, I don't know. What is it? Are the lines made out of gold and diamonds? Or what the fuck is going on with that? Like, what's the point? You got more users. Why isn't it cheaper? You got 350 million users. Why isn't it cheaper? Why isn't it cheaper? Why isn't it cheaper? It doesn't matter how much wages have gone up. To be honest with you, what matters is what you take home after you pay all your expenses. What do you still have left after you pay all your expenses? That's what matters. So what do you have left after you take, on average, the American citizen? I mean, I'm talking about the American citizen last year compared to, a European citizen this year. After paying all your bills, after paying all your taxes, right? The average European takes home $1,000 more of their own money a month than the average American. That's what matters. That's what matters. It's not how much you get paid. It's not how much things cost. It's also how much is left over. So how much is left over? You tell me, how much is left over? You see what I mean? So, I'm not really getting this. And again, I'm just talking about the data is out there. Anybody can compare it if they want to. Listen, are American citizens living in a goddamn bubble where you just don't realize someone else in the Western world, everybody else in the Western world get the same cell phone coverage as you, but for five times cheaper? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? It must be. It really must be, because not only do you want to pay more for healthcare, not only do you want to pay more for education, but you also want to pay more for your cell phone. Like, without any meaning, with no purpose to it. Just nothing. No reasoning behind it at all. I'm going to ask again, how much do you pay for your cell phone? How much do you pay for your cell phone? A month. I mean, it's a good exercise for other people to see. Everybody, we're going to show you what Americans pay for a cell phone. Now, I don't know how special the phone is. To me, if I'm paying $100 a month, goddamn, that's like a really special service. That's like, damn, I mean, I'm paying this much. This phone, this motherfucker better be a goddamn lighter, a goddamn screwdriver. This phone better be this phone better do a whole lot. It better be a transport system too. I'm paying $100 a month. This phone better drive me to fucking work every day. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, damn, is this phone going to make me a sandwich? Can it make me dinner? What the fuck does this phone do exactly? You know, no, my phone service, no. Same one you got, just more expensive. That's all. 3 times more expensive, just for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. Just for the rock and roll. Just for the fun, you know. No, I can afford that, you know. I can afford it, right? You can afford it, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. Listen, man, I'm going to play a few more. I'm sorry, I got off track today, but people better wake their ass up, like, really, because you are being duped. You're being duped. And it's only one way to really say it. It's only one way to really say it. And that is to
he's calling it
to keep on saying it and to keep saying it plainly. You know what I mean? Like, just keep saying it plainly, because I gotta follow the Chuck Schumer method. I gotta show up every day, just keep saying it over and over and over. Hope slowly the word passes on and slowly gets out and people slowly think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm more entertaining than Chuck Schumer, so I'm happy for that. You know what I mean? But in any case, let's hear about what European leaders think.
On-road doctrine, and now President Trump appears to have set his sights on another territory after the successful operation in Venezuela.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
So Denmark's prime minister responding to the president, saying Greenland is part of NATO and will be defended by the alliance, urging President Trump to stop the threats. Our foreign correspondent Tom Sufi Burridge is following all that for us. So Tom, Greenland is, in the president's words, so strategic right now, saying it's covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. What are your thoughts? How are leaders reacting?
Yeah, I want to bring you some comments straight away, Kira, from Mette Frederiksen, some more comments from the Danish Prime Minister. And in an interview on Danish TV, she is being quoted as saying that she believes that anyone should take Donald Trump's threats about wanting Greenland seriously. And then she goes on to say that if the US were to attack Greenland, then she believes that would be the end of the NATO alliance, the end of the security structure, the transatlantic relationship since the end of World War II. Now, Donald Trump has not threatened to attack Greenland. I think it's important to point out, but he has repeatedly said he wants Greenland. And clearly the timing after what's happened in Venezuela, I think...
No. It's not about whether he said it. It doesn't even matter if he said it anymore. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that that's how it's received. It's received as an attack, like straight up, like a threat to an attack. That's the whole point. Not an attack, but a threat to an attack. Now, whether Donald Trump cares to explain how that's not a threat to attack, that's up to him. That's on his thing, you know. But the reality of it is that people have taken notice, and you got to understand this. There's no NATO ally that trusts Trump. They do not trust the United States of America and the United States right now. They do not. That's the point. That's the point. You don't have to, you know, I don't even know why this dude is like, now keep in mind, he never said he was going to attack. Man, shut the fuck up. Yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is he talking about? Like, okay, I get it. Maybe it's that he's got to say he didn't use the word to attack. But, I mean, you know, nah, player, that's like normalizing threatening speech. That's what it is. It's normalizing threatening speech. And, yeah, you might have difficulty describing it yourself as a threat to attack, but not everybody. Some people see that as, no, that was a threat to attack. That definitely, those are attack words. Take. I want it. I want your, I want to take a country of people that don't want you. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck else do you call that? That. What are you going to put these people in slavery? Like, what are you trying to do with Greenlanders? Like, what the fuck do you think this is? You know? And, you know, listen, American people, this guy said he didn't say to attack you. This dude is living in a motherfucking fantasy world. People have taken notes right now. You know, Europeans have heard enough from these threats. You've already changed the situation. They are already well into manufacturing more weapons now. They are already well into organizing their militaries right now because of what Trump has done. They're already well into doing things that they never even imagined they would have to do because they had a great alliance with the U.S. But again, I'm just reminding you, the EU has 450 million people. It has 100 million more people than the United States. It has 300 more million people than Russia. It has the world's second largest economy. Do you really think people are supposed to wait around and leave their freedom and their safety in your fucking hands? Are you out of your mind? A raging lunatic whose best friend was the goddamn most prolific sex trafficker, child trafficker in the history of the fucking country? You really think people are going to leave their safety in your motherfucking hands with a president that fucking foul? Are you crazy? Only a crazy person would think that. Only a crazy person would think that, you know, and these people right here, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, man. He needs to be spreading the word. He needs to sound more urgent. Talk about I'm tired of Chuck Schumer. This motherfucker doesn't sound urgent enough. He needs to be coming with a goddamn bullhorn. Emergency, Americans. You don't understand. You don't understand what's going on. He's supposed to be coming with that kind of energy and shit. And he's like, well, let me explain. He didn't say attack. Yeah, you missing the whole point, Bubba. You missing the whole point.
Set more alarm bells ringing across Europe. Look, what is striking looking at all that, but he has repeatedly said he wants Greenland, and clearly the timing after what's happened in Venezuela, I think, has set more alarm bells ringing across Europe.
Yeah, a whole lot more. And it's more than alarm bells, man. They're making more weapons. They're making more bombs. Don't you understand? To be very clear, they are making more tanks. They are making more bombs. They are making more bullets. They are making more missiles. They are making more missile. They are just across the board making shit. A lot of it. A lot of it. You see what I mean? This dude, it's like, what the fuck? It's not that they're irritated, motherfucker. Shit has changed already. You're like, what the hell?
Look, what is striking looking at all of the commentary from European leaders who are lining up behind Denmark, because remember, Greenland is an autonomous region of Denmark. European leaders are very much on the same page. They're all saying their support is very much solid for Denmark in this issue, that European sovereignty cannot be threatened by anyone, and that, you know, the NATO alliance is the underpinning, and Denmark is a member of NATO. So, look, European leaders are struggling with the unorthodoxy of the Trump administration on multiple issues, on Ukraine, on Greenland, on the US national security strategy, which was published at the end of last year, which really, you know, ripped up the rulebook in terms of the US relationship with Europe and basically said that the US administration under Donald Trump was going to push for more nationalist governments in Europe. So if you're Viktor Orban in Hungary, you're pretty happy at what's happening.
He's threatening to interfere in European elections. That's literally, he's not threatening. That's exactly what he's doing when he makes those comments. That's exactly what he's doing when he's making those comments. Like, make no mistake about it. That's election interference. When was the last time you heard Europeans doing that about American politics? Yeah, you know, we're only going to work during the election year. All of the NATO, all the EU countries come out and say, yeah, well, we're only going to work with, you know, with a party that, you know, has guarantees universal health care and education for all. We're only going to work with that type of candidate. Just say that in the election cycle. You know what I mean? And just put that out there and shit. You know what I mean? This is what Trump is doing. You see what I mean? It's called election interference. And none of the allies have done that to the U.S. None of them have done that to the U.S. For better or for worse, they've respected Americans in their own right to choose what they want. You see what I mean? But this is not what Trump is doing. He's actually interfering in people's elections. He's interfering in the sovereignty of people's countries that way. This is what it is. You can't say it any other way and expect people to understand what it is. You know, that's the only reason why I'm doing this commentary, because there are people that will hear how he explains this and think it's just a slight thing. No, this is not a slight thing at all. This is not a slight thing at all. This, American people have to understand, you're in fucking danger of your own president. You are in danger. You are the only people that are giving this man the benefit of the doubt. Only you. There is no one else left. There is no one else left.
If you are most European leaders right across this continent, they are very worried, they're very concerned, but they are very careful with their words, because any European leader never wants to upset any US administration, including the Trump administration. So
not only that, but let me tell you, I don't understand what channel. Oh, this is ABC. Let me tell you something. That's bullshit what he just said. It's not about making a fucking American president upset. Don't be so naive. Don't be so naive. We talked about this before, how the Danish king, how he spoke. It's called be a goddamn leader, and leaders don't project. Leaders don't project. You come with your set agenda, the tone you want to set. You show the depth of your meaning and how you speak it, and you do it very clearly. It's not time for samboing. You see what I mean? They're conservative in how they speak. This motherfucker is trying to make you think that the reason why you want to speak conservatively is because you're scared of Trump. Man, that's the last. Look, the most important reason that you would, the most important reason to watch what you speak is because you're fucking intelligent, and that could serve 1,000 different reasons or circumstances. You know what I mean? Yo, let me tell you, if you really believe, if you are believing this bullshit, you are going for another ride. It is not out of fear. It's out of intelligence. You don't project. Projecting is not what you're supposed to be doing. You see what I mean? That's why you're conservative in speech. It's like they're watching what they're saying. No, the problem is that American got used to a president not even thinking about what he's saying, let alone watching what he's saying. You know, the president of the United States doesn't care about anything that slips out of his mouth. And all there are is people around him making excuses for it. And then all his supporters just make excuses for it. No, man, you guys are about to lose big time. You're about to lose. You're about to lose because you don't have competent leaders. You don't have serious. Remember, Kamala Harris said, Donald Trump is not a serious man. He's not serious. The Republican Party are not serious about leading. They're not serious about it. They're not serious about governing. That's the difference. That is the difference. You know, all that other shit is like, come on, man. Look, the U.S. is so cocky. They're going to be the ones that make the mistake with security. It's the U.S. Because if you're running around being so cocky, of course, it's you that's going to make the mistake, actually. Nobody else is being cocky. People are being responsible. That's different.
You know, they are lining up behind Denmark, but they're also being careful not to say anything too provocative to upset the U.S., who ultimately they still rely on for security in this continent.
Tom Sufi-Burridge, thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think they're relying on the U.S. I don't think they're relying. It's, relying. Let me put it to you this way. How can you rely on a man that's already shown you can't rely on him? So that person might have picked a different word. I think it's called being cautious in a real moment, being careful, but it's not about fear. It's not about fear. You see what I mean? I mean, like, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. It would be interesting to do a show about my next show is going to be about the numbers, another comparative study, and this time it's going to be tit for tat. How much, what the EU is, how much of their budget do they put towards weapons and military, and how it's increased over the last, let's say, 5 years compared to the US, right? Also, let's just look at the numbers. A lot of people think that you have to be the biggest dog in the room for you to be sufficient. No, you don't need to be the biggest dog in the room to be sufficient. Okay. It all depends on exactly what your adversary has at their disposal. That's all that is. You see, and there's a lot of different aspects that play into it. Don't be so fast to think China wants to go broke. Don't be so fast to think they want to lose another market. Like, don't be so fast to think that. They don't want to just lose markets from day to day. They don't want to do that. And the EU is a huge market. So they're not necessarily worried about one group. They're worried about different groups for different reasons, not one reason. And the main thing is that Donald Trump, the advantage that the EU has is that the Donald Trump has shown them that he's unreliable. So they already factored that in. They already know Donald Trump is unreliable. That's all you need to know. And then the next thing you do is you say, okay, well, if we want to do this really well, then we're not going to let's say, harm ourselves. Let's put the earnest on him. What is he going to do? And every time he comes up and makes a statement, we're just going to make a plain blanket statement right back at you. Right. And if you want to go down this road, you go down it, but you're going to go down it without any projection. How about that? And I think that's how it's going to play out pretty much. That to me sounded like ABC. Yeah. Like they talking to Americans. They basically, they're somehow, I don't know. What is this, like trying to impress Americans? Maybe, that's ABC. That's what they do. Somebody said, yeah, it's ABC. Yeah. I really, yeah. ABC, CBS, Fox, they are renaming. Okay. CBS to Fox. Okay. Yeah. Is this CBS? Anyway, let me play it some more. Let me see. Sorry about that.
We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
Semi-autonomous Greenland is on the shortest route for missiles between Russia and the United States, and Washington has a military base there.
So Denmark has given the U.S. all the military access it needed to Greenland, right? The U.S. has always had military access to Greenland since the original agreement, right? So there's never been a problem. There isn't a problem. So the motive here is something else. The Greenlanders have always allowed the U.S. military to be there, along with the Danes. That was an agreement. That didn't just happen by itself. That was an agreement, a part of NATO. Now Trump is basically changing the agreement. He's coming out of that agreement. He's saying he wants more than that. And the Danes are saying they don't want that. And he's saying, hey, I will take it. He used language like a thief uses. He uses language like a colonizer uses. He uses language like a adversary uses. So he said, I'll take it. I want to take it. We need it and all of this stuff. So, the bottom line is that it's not for access of anything. It's something else. It's either to an act to break NATO or an act to see how NATO will squirm, a display, if you want to call it that, right? Because the issue wasn't access to Greenland. If they want to talk business, they're free to talk business. I mean, secondly, listen, this is the thing. Why would any Greenlander want the U.S. to do any goddamn thing there when the U.S. doesn't take care of its own Aboriginal people. Like, the U.S. just stole, they just took some people's land to build a goddamn ICE building down there in Florida, right? One of those detention centers or some shit like that. Polluted the goddamn, one place is being polluted by the Trump administration. I mean, listen, these MAGA people do not think highly of Native Americans, is what I'm saying to Greenlanders. Like, these people have zero respect for you, respect for your life. They have zero respect for your life. If you leave your life in their hands, trust me, you just made a huge mistake, because they don't value fellow Americans' lives, and they definitely do not value any Native American people. They don't. And you can hear it be exhibited, these ideas, every day Trump speaks. Every day he speaks to other Americans. Every day he speaks about other Americans. And every day he speaks about other people. Yeah, alligator Alcatraz, exactly. You know, so I'm just saying to Greenlanders, y'all good people. I respect you all a lot. You know what I mean? Beautiful people, beautiful ideas, you know, people with a lot of soul. Greenlanders got a lot of soul, man. You know what I mean? And like many Aboriginal people have a lot of soul. All I can say is this guy has nothing good for you. He got nothing good for you. He doesn't like you, doesn't respect you. So there it is. So let's close the conversation up with a no. You got to tell Diddy no. You know what I'm saying? You have to tell the rapist no, because, you know, if you don't keep it short and just say no and walk away, you know, this guy is getting jollies off of watching people squirm. You see what I mean? That's why he's back at the door. You see what I mean? He's just back at the door like a rapist. You see what I mean? A harasser, a serial sexual harasser, just back at the door. Can't help himself. Just had to find his way back there to get another no. You see what I mean? Like, yeah.
The Arctic territory is also rich in rare earth minerals. Denmark says it's already working with Washington to boost security in the Arctic. And Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen has...
It's not both parties. It is not both parties. It is not both parties. You out of your goddamn mind. The only party threatening Trump is MAGA, is the Republican Party with Trump. Trump is not a Democrat. There's no Democrat threatening a NATO ally. Fuck you. Okay? Like, straight up. Like, beat it. Beat it, bastard. Like, for real. Like, sorry, it's all wrong. Sorry, all wrong. You ain't got no place here. You don't have any place here. Sorry. You know, here we go. I told you, but this is what the trolls are always on. It's both parties. We say this every day. It's both parties. No, bitch. It's not both parties. Okay? Get that out of your fucking mind. This ain't no Democrat threatening Greenland. This is not no Democrat president threatening fucking Denmark. This is not no Democrat president playing games with Ukraine like everybody in the world can't see. You know? Fuck all of that. Yeah. Ain't got no time for that. Like,
also
whatever.
told Trump to back off.
For more on what's at stake for Greenland, let's bring in Frederic Marot, lawyer and specialist in defence matters and associate researcher at the IORIS. Thanks so much for being with us on the programme, Frederic. First of all, after what we've seen in Venezuela this weekend, how real is the risk that Donald Trump might attempt to annex Greenland? The Prime Minister there saying they're actually preparing for the possibility that it could happen overnight, as they put it.
Yeah, the short answer is we don't know. We should stop trying to understand the acts of Donald Trump, because its main strength is incoherence.
Yep.
So we should not take it as granted. It can be a bluff or it can be a commitment. The willingness from the US to acquire Greenland is very old. It goes back to 1867. There have been several attempts to acquire the Greenland, but now it's really something. And the union, first of all, we should recall that the union as such has no power in foreign affairs. So it's first of all a matter of foreign affairs in the hands of the member states. So first of all is to the Denmark to say exactly what he wants. But if the US would attack, that would be the end, like the Danish Prime Minister of Denmark said. That would be the end of NATO, and probably a big failure between the EU and the US.
Yeah, because how would NATO be likely to react to such a move if Donald Trump were to move on Greenland?
Well, that nobody knows, because formally it will be an attack against one member, but the reaction should escalate to the NAC, the NATO Atlantic Council. But the main ally, the main power in NATO is the US. So what happens if the main ally becomes the main hostile? Nobody knows. It's something that even in sci-fi we did not expect.
And for Donald Trump, do you think then that any potential economic gains would be worth the breach with a NATO ally? He's been critical previously of the alliance, and how expensive?
Of course it's that. Listen. You know, look. Let's just make it very clear. Let's make it very clear. The U.S. cannot fight every fucking body. Okay, like, you know, is this motherfucker out of his goddamn mind? So you trying to tell me you want to have a war with Venezuela, you want to have a war with China, you want to have a war with who else? I mean, these people in the Republican Party, they can't even figure out, they can't decide on, is Russia a threat or not? They can't even figure it out. They just keep flip-flopping from day to day, you know, on, is Russia a threat or is Russia not a threat? You heard Trump even say on Air Force One, do I have the clip? He on Air Force One just in the last 24 hours or something, where he was saying, you know, it's a Russian subs, and we might even hear it. It's Russian and Chinese subs all over the place. Why is he worried about it? Why is he worried about it? You know, why is he worried about if it's Russian and Chinese subs? If Russia's good to him, then what's the problem with there being Russian subs? And I think they're mismatching on their talking points. Basically, he forgets and it slips out, you know. So the reality of it is that, look, it's not a surprise that the U.S. has a big military, right? But when it comes to these things, more details matter. You know, you really got to take a comprehensive look at what you have, and the winner is the one who has a more deeper, comprehensive understanding of who and what the adversary or adversaries really are in real terms. You know, how long can you last? What is your society based on? Look, let's be honest. Americans are not united. The United States president of the president of the United States does not unite Americans. He divides Americans. He talks down to Americans. He attacks other Americans. So make no mistake about it, Americans are not united. So that's strike one before the battle even starts. That's strike one. That's not about how much money you have. That's not about how many bombs you have. That's a blow to your heart before you even start a real goddamn war with anybody. Like, make no mistake about it. The United States of America's people are divided. And until they stop this bullshit with Trump, they will remain divided. And the divide will get deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. That's what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. And again, we could always go back to Shirley Chisholm or some older character and African history, Black history, American history, right? We could go back. We could find somebody from decades ago to distract ourselves with, right? Or we could take a comprehensive look at now. You know what I mean? And the reality is that every American knows United States of American citizens are divided. And I'm just going to tell you straight up. Anybody that supports Trump, I have zero respect for you. I could care less about you. I hope you fucking fall off. Like, really. I'm glad you are so dumb you don't even want health care. I'm glad you're so dumb you don't want health care for your mother. I'm glad you're so dumb you don't want health care for your sister. I'm glad you're so dumb you don't want health care for your kids. I'm glad you're so fucking dumb. That's the one thing I'm glad about. So I won't stop you from being a dumb motherfucker. You know, no need to do that. You know, only proving my point. Only proving my point, you know? So before you even get started in a war, the first blow has already been cast by yourself. You are divided. No one else achieved that but you. That's your gift. Okay? So to yourself, right? So you know, all the rest of that shit you better have a real good comprehensive look at, because I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're gonna die for something, then you better die for some shit that makes sense. And right now, what these MAGA people are all about, that shit ain't making no sense. Look, they pay the taxes. Americans pay the taxes to send their military off to Venezuela to secure some oil from some oil oligarchs that don't even give a fuck about whether they have health insurance or not. Think it makes sense. That means you are a bitch in this scenario. You're not a citizen. You're a bitch. You have reduced the word citizen to the bitch role, official bitch role. That's what that is. And only a dumb motherfucker wouldn't realize it. Like, straight up. Only a dumb motherfucker wouldn't realize it. Okay? Nobody is fooled. Nobody is fooled. Your values ain't shit. That's strike 2. Your values ain't shit. Number 3, strike 3, you having an identity crisis. Nobody else really is. You know what I mean? You're still trying to figure out who you are. Who am I? Doctor, tell me, who am I? Frankenstein monster. Frankenstein monster. Don't even have a fucking identity. Want to be European, scared to be American. Looking down on other Americans because they remind you of who you really are. You ain't fooling nobody. Not fooling nobody at all. And you definitely not fooling me.
Would it be, do you think, for the US to exploit the natural resources on the island?
Well, that makes sense from a U.S. point of view, because after the takeover of the Venezuelan oil reserves, taking the hand on the rare earth of the Greenland would make sense. I think that Donald Trump would be tempted to do it if it's fast, if he's dominant, and if the whole action is containable. If the European member states show a resolve in defending Greenland, that will complexify the calculus for Donald Trump. So maybe they should really think about making some action of resolve to be firm and not to allow a hostile takeover of Greenland.
But how do you think that European leaders would actually respond if that were to happen? Would they be prepared to actually take a stand? Because many, including the British Prime Minister, they appear eager at the moment to play a balancing act over the situation in Venezuela. Would it be very different if this were Greenland?
be frank, they are working on eggshells because for the moment, their main preoccupation, their main security concern is not Greenland, is Ukraine, of course, because they think that they are threatened by Russia. And the problem is that they need.
Right. So you could see on that point, right, that this is one of the points of this video, right? The reason why I'm playing it. And you know, if you think for a second that this is not concocted and planned, you're wrong. This is all concocted and planned in advance. I mean, at least it looks that way to me. That's the exact idea. Now, this is the idea that Russia has for the United States now being now Trump being one of the nations projecting it on the EU. But this originally was the plan that China and Russia had against the United States. That is, spread the United States out, spread their military out. The idea that you can't fight in 3 places at one time. That is the Russian and Chinese roadmap. And Donald Trump is assisting them in that roadmap. That's what he's doing. And one way that he's doing it is by he's applying that theory to the EU. He's saying, we know you're caught up with Ukraine because we've abandoned Ukraine. And so now we're going to go somewhere else on the map to the other side, the exact opposite direction, right? And see if you're eager, what you're willing to do over that matter, right? And that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly you know, he's putting it out there. He's not explaining fully what his intentions are, right? By trying to be, use language just like I want it, we need it, all of this kind of shit. But it's all like testing the waters to see what they would do. That's my opinion on it. I mean, it's just my opinion and I have no problem saying it. That's why I'm here doing this, right? And obviously I got no problem saying it. And the question is, how will it play over, right? Me myself, I know for a fact it ain't going to play over well. I know for a fact it ain't going to be something that American people want to get themselves involved in. I already know that for a fact. And here's why. Number one, the Greenlander people know that these people hate natives. It's just very simple. Donald Trump hates indigenous people in his own goddamn country. And basically, this means we want to commit genocide against the Greenlanders. That's what it would mean. That's what it basically means. You don't have to guess anything else. That's really what it's about. Okay. Another just genocide, just reopen the genocide thing again, because he has no respect for native people. It's just that simple. You don't have to think so far. His actions and his words show it. If he had any respect for indigenous people, he would have already accepted their first reply, which was no to the motherfucking no. But he showed you right after that, I don't respect you. I want to take it. I want it. That's all you need to know. And when a person uses language like that towards you, it means he doesn't care about your life. He doesn't care anything about your history, doesn't give a fuck about your people, doesn't care about your contributions, doesn't care how kind you've been to us in the past, doesn't care one inkling. So this is actually about, yeah, this dude is fucking crazy. Jim is nuts. This is really, if I was a Greenlander, I would understand this is about genocide, pretty much. So, that's what the United States military and that's what the United States people are going to be dealing with when they're talking about this. That's all you're up to is a take and commit genocide moment. So if that's what you want to be up to, move right ahead. If that's what you want to be up to. But that's what this is about. You see what I mean? So the EU is not under any obligation, or Greenland or Canada or anybody else, to tell you what they're going to fucking do if you do this. Nobody's under any obligation to tell you anything. Okay, now I'm an American citizen, so I can tell you this is not going to go down well for American people. This is actually being done to harm American people. That I can tell you. That's my only real obligation, to American people, is to let them know when something is happening against their interests, actually to harm them. You might think this is being done to harm somebody, to harm Denmark, or to harm. That's what Trump thinks he's doing, but it's actually going to come back to harm the United States of America. Because Trump is doing this shit for Putin. That's who he's doing it for. That's what this is all about. It's about Russia keeping the EU basically busy so they can't deal with Ukraine. That's pretty much what it is, and hoping that the EU has just being able to be an aid and a friend to Putin is essentially it. You see what I mean? And so that's never going to turn out well. And even if you occupy the island, that's not going to turn out well. There's nothing about this is going to turn out well. It's the same thing with Venezuela. It's all over. And keep in mind, this is the taxpayers' dollars. So the taxpayer of the United States of America, only 1/3 of the voting population voted for Donald Trump. But every single taxpayer's dollars is going to fund this at the same time you can't even get your fucking health care funded. Is that going to play over well? Does that play over well to Americans? Does that play over well? Your socialized military, is out there exploiting lands for billionaires. You ain't going to see none of that money back. None of that money is ever going to help you get health care. None of it's going to help you get education. None of you. Only 1/3 of the U.S. voting population voted for Trump. Only 1/3. Another third voted for Kamala Harris, and another third didn't vote for anybody. Very simple. And Donald Trump got 1/3 of the voting population. Yeah. But and people would know that if they did their own research, but they don't. They just wait for Donald Trump to tell them, obviously, So you tell me if it sounds like it's working out well. Is it going to work out for well? Is it going to work out well for you? It depends on what you consider well. What do you consider well? You consider healthcare well? No, that ain't going to work out for you. You consider anyway, you consider do you consider healthcare well? Having healthcare doing well? You ain't going to get that out of invading Venezuela. You ain't going to get it out of invading Greenland. Sorry, that's going to the billionaires first, and you're going to pay for them. You're the one helping the billionaires on this one. It's going to turn out well for the billionaires. It's not going to turn out well for the taxpayer.
Absolutely, the U.S. To contain Russia. And that is exactly the reason why they capitulated on the trade war with the U.S., which they should not have done, because they are as strong as the US with regards to trade. But with regard to security, that will be very complicated. So they should react very firmly, maybe recalling their ambassadors, very, very strongly, I think. That would be my advice.
And Frederick, do you think that the manner, sorry for cutting across you, do you believe that the manner in which European leaders are reacting and responding to what's happening in Venezuela, will that embolden Donald Trump to perhaps think?
Does Donald Trump lie? Does Donald Trump put a 1 in the chat if Donald Trump lies? Put a 2 in the chat if he never lies.
Think more seriously about moving on Greenland?
Not at the moment. The short answer is not at the moment. Few leaders have been very, very firm. The French president has been a little bit ambiguous about it. Ursula von der Leyen has no power on foreign affairs. The Chancellor, the German Chancellor Merz, was very ambiguous about it. He said, Venezuela is a complex legal affair that we must investigate. That is not a clear answer. and the British Prime Minister said that he will have to consult the allies. So that is not a clear answer. Not to mention the leaders that want to play their whole.
You know, it's important when you have a scheme that you have a mask so people can't tell what you're doing too fast. So by the time they figure out what you're doing, you're already halfway through your goal, at least. You know what I mean? So how Trump has masked this, you know what I mean, is interesting. But, you know, the bottom line is that everyone sees it for what it is now. It's out in the open. The man is assisting Putin. It's nothing that he's doing is sustainable. This is all about running interference for Putin for some strange reason, you know. Yeah, there's nothing else serious about it, you know. They're serious threats, but the goals are not sustainable. You can take a place, you can invade a place, doesn't mean you can keep a place. And that's the difference. Just like Trump can run for office and he can be president, but can you keep the presidency? Can you keep it? Can you hold it? You know, so in my mind, enough has been displayed. Enough people are falling off from Trump and saying, fuck this, his own allies, the people that really capped for him, podcasters and all of this shit for years now. You know, these people have been supporting his ass for years, these podcasters, and now they're breaking off. And really, the bottom line is like this, you know, you need other people in the world. The United States needs its allies. So any invention and any scheme that you think you just going to concoct yourself is only, and going against your allies, it's only hurting yourself. It's only hurting the U.S. It's only hurting the U.S., you know. And the U.S. dollar, a lot of people think that the U.S. dollar is doing good. And of course, MAGA people have a lot of excuses for a lot of stuff. Everything's always good no matter what to a MAGA person, right? They can admit nothing is going wrong, right? But you know, but the USA dollar is not that good, and gold is going up. You know, gold has been going up since Trump got in office. Gold has been going up since Trump got in office. And you know, this is actually where the US dollar is right now. Right here. Let me take this off. And you know, like I said, math, you can't lie. Math doesn't lie, you know. And for people that are, you know, serious, math means something, and it's not something that you would so readily run away from. But we know that like MAGA supporters really do run away from math all the time. It's like, you know, anything that is very clear and obvious is what they run away from. But this is where the US dollar is at in the last year compared to the Danish crown, you know, and it's all about decisions that you make. Things cost, you know, things have consequences, you know, and the US dollar was here. This is where the US dollar was when Donald Trump came into office in January. It was up here. It was at close to, it was like 2.5 crowns. That's where it was at. $1 equals 7 and 0.2 crowns, right? And this is the year. It's gone down. This is February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I mean, January, look, it's down to 638. It's down it's down 10 points. I mean, the US dollar is down 10 points on its own, but you can see it's down one whole krona. It's down basically almost one complete crown, right? And again, for MAGA people, this is good for them, right? Because MAGA people tend to be the minority of the country. So, you know, myself, see, the difference between me is I buy stocks, I invest in stocks, but I don't brag about it. I don't act like I'm living off of my stocks. And I also don't act like everybody in the United States can even, you know, buy and manage stocks or even is in the situation. And I think what happens here is, again, it goes back to this sense of identity, right? The sense of identity. What does it mean to be an American? Like we heard what it means to be Danish from the Danish king, the values. He said the values very plainly, right? But when you ask an American about values, you will hear them saying it doesn't matter if we all have health care, who needs health care. It doesn't matter, if people have fair housing or have a job that, pays a salary that allows them to pay their rent. You will hear Americans literally saying this. When you listen to the Danish king, he's saying things that are exact opposite, showing empathy, showing compassion for others, speaking about the responsibility we have towards others, towards each other. But when you're talking to an American that's a MAGA person, you hear none of that. All of that is void in their identity of what it is to be an American. It's completely void. Anything that has something to do with solidarity, we're all for one for all, we stick together, we're united, we take care of our mothers, our women, our children. All that shit is vacant from U.S. ideology, MAGA ideology primarily. It's all vacant from MAGA ideology. And because whenever they get an opportunity to exhibit, they don't. They exhibit the opposite, And I think that is fractured. That is because they really have an identity crisis about being American. They're not Europeans, right? So they can't be European. So they want to try to project some kind of power over the European identity by proclaiming Americanness. But their view of Americanness is really skewed because when they look all around every other country in America, they pretend like they have no connection to any of them. They pretend like they have no cultural ties to any of them. They pretend like the others are not American at all, don't matter at all. It just all goes the opposite direction, totally opposite direction. And, I really think that, yo, man, listen. Sorry, but, Jim, sorry, dude, but you're going to have to go, man. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not playing games. If you're not here to engage what's being said here, you got to beat it, dude, because I'm not up for all of these little games, But in any case, yeah, really, seriously, you got to respect people. And there's a point where you cross the line. It's like, come on, But in any case, yeah, I wish Jim can log in on another account, but I wish Jim would not, what do I call it, waste this opportunity to hear what I got to say and dive in instead of diving into patheticness. You see what I mean? So, but that's on him. But in any case, this thing about the identity, it's fractured, and it's exhibiting it. People are exhibiting a fractured American identity right now because when this government speaks about, has an opportunity to talk about what it is to be an American, actually everything about America they hate. Everything about America they hate. And in any impending conflict, that is going to be the first biggest and most regretful weakness of the United States of America. The division that it fosters and spreads from the top among its own people. The actual hatred that is shared for another American. Just simply for existing. Not the Americans MAGA hate are the Americans that want everybody to have health care. Is that something you really should hate so much? The Americans MAGA hate are the Americans that want everybody to have an education, have a fair opportunity to get an education. Those are the ones they hate. That's wild. I thought they hated terrorists. And they can't really distinguish between what, a terrorist and a person that just wants every American to have health care. They can't distinguish the difference. That's what's going on right now in the United States of America. They're literally calling people that actually expect the government is supposed to work for them. They are calling these people basically terrorists. That's what's going on. So you ain't convincing me that you're really going to win any goddamn thing. Whatever it is you do as the United States of America right now under this president, you will suffer consequences that you didn't imagine, regardless, period. It's baked in the pie. That's what it's going to be, and that's what it is supposed to be under the direction, excuse me, damn, why am I stuttering? Under the direction of Donald J. Trump. Like, flat out, it is designed to fail. And if it's going to work at all, it is only supposed to work for the billionaire class and no one else, because you are designed to be the slave. Because the government, even though you pay the taxes for it to function, it is not there to work for you. That's the overall problem. And there's nothing no war is going to do to change that. No convenient war is going to get you out of that reality that you know you already have. You can't distract. You can't talk about Obama. That won't get you out of this situation. You can't see all of that stuff. It still won't mean you got health care. It will mean that Americans care less about Americans than most European countries care about their fellow citizen. Like, straight up, that's what that means. When you talk to a Dane, they actually are saying words about caring about other Danes. When you talk to Americans, they're not. They're not. There's a difference in ideology. There's a difference in identity. There's a difference in what it is to be a Dane from what it is to be an American. There's a difference, and it speaks to the core of the identity. You see what I mean? Americans don't accept other Americans. They don't. They don't. They don't. And that is a pathetic thing. That is pathetic. Yeah, and a lot of them just won't ever be able to go outside and travel anywhere else to see the difference in how someone else from another nation, how their identity is composed. Americans have different types of identities, like, straight up. And you could see this identity problem spill out in their politics. You see, what it is to be a good American has nothing to do with caring about another American. It has nothing to do with doing right by another American. Zero to do with it. There's literally no responsibility there whatsoever. The bottom class is supposed to subsidize the upper class. That's the identity of particularly a MAGA American. That's what's been built into people's heads over time, that you are to serve, the 1%, the 10% or whatever. You are specifically designed to serve the upper class. You are to pay the taxes. The taxes are to subsidize things that they can benefit from. That's what you're doing in Venezuela. That's your whole your explanation for what you want to do in Greenland. That's what you're doing. And the poorest and the middle class, they pay the taxes for the military to go into Venezuela, seize assets for the wealthy that won't improve the average American's life one second. And it's the same thing for Greenland. Nothing you're doing is about improving the average American's life. And what I mean by average is the multitude, the masses. None of it is about that. Like, zero. That's a difference in identity. That's a difference in pride. And it is exhibited before the world. The world is watching it. The world is aware of it. You can talk all the shit you want over the internet. No one is fooled. No one is fooled by it. You being examined for who you are with a fucking microscope. That's what's going on. Yes, that is what's going on. I mean, it's what's going on. Let me ask you, what state do you come from, everybody? And who is your healthcare provider? What state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider? What state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider? Let's qualify some statements by knowing what state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? You know, what state do you live in and who's... See, people have a lot to say, but that always, you know, is the one thing they don't want to tell you because that reveals the whole, you know, scam right there and shit. What state do you come from and who is your healthcare provider? I want to know how much you going to pay. I want to know how much you pay and everybody else in your family. What state do you come from? I mean, you know, that's what you got to ask the trolls because they act like the actual billionaires have come into my chat themselves. It's crazy, you know. But listen, folks, I got to get out of here. Time is gone. I've been here for some hours now. But actually, I think it's been good. I've been here for 5 goddamn hours. I really released something out that I had to say today. I didn't get into so many of the videos in Maduro, but listen, I actually wanted to just vent a little bit and speak my mind. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, you see the answer. You see the shit stop right there, Sassy Mo. Eric, you know, there it is. What state do you come from? What state do you live in? Who is your healthcare provider? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Dennis, man. But listen, some of this has to be easy to do, so I make it look easy, and I'm able to do it. Hey, I'm going to do this shit every goddamn day. I'm going to do this shit every Why not? Why shouldn't I? Why not? Trump wants to harass Greenland. Fuck it. He does what he wants to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. Got a problem with it? I don't know why. You let Trump do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Why don't you want me to do what I want to do? I'm going to do what I want to do. I don't give a goddamn. Again, what state do you come from and what is your healthcare provider? What is your healthcare provider? What state and what is the healthcare provider? What state and what is the healthcare provider? That's basically all that matters now, okay? Be proud of your state. Be proud of your healthcare provider, okay? I'm proud of my state. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm proud of my healthcare provider. I got universal healthcare. Tell me about you. What state do you come from and who's your healthcare provider? What happens when you get run over by a car? How much is it going to cost? How much is it going to cost? You know, so let me know. What's it going to cost? The MRI, I want to know. I heard in the United States, the MRI is like fucking 4 times more expensive. I mean, just for the hell of it. But in any case, folks, I'm out of here. Again, it goes back to, and I'm not saying these things like about identity because I haven't thought through it. Listen, you know, when I first started really thinking about this, it was through a Frantz Fanon book, right? And the book was actually about the colonial experience, the psychological effects the colonial experience has on African diaspora. It's written by a psychoanalyst by the name of Frantz Fanon. A pretty renowned one, a pretty well-known one. But it occurred to me after reading a few of his books that actually this experience is also shared with the colonizer. The experience is also shared with the colonizer who lives in the place where they've been colonizing. It has also unique effects. It has also unique effects on the colonizer's brain. And when I was able to start thinking about that, seeing the differences in different people, it gave me a little bit of perspective on what it is to be an American. because again, there are some differences. What book was that? Yo, Dennis, it's you know Frantz Fanon, man. Come on, Frantz Fanon, right? Last name Fnon. Yeah, he's got a couple of good books. Black Skin, White Mask, and The Wretched of the Earth. And particularly, I'm talking about, you can read both. They're both good. But the one that I'm talking about now, referencing, is The Wretched of the Earth. And it talks about the, from a psychoanalyst perspective, the psychological effects of colonization on an African mind. And he talks about different things that compose the identity. But what I realized after reading that sometime later, I was like, yeah, well, that's interesting, and that's been exhibited. I've seen that, right? Being exhibited before. But something else that I started thinking about is that, well, then what about the mind of the person that's colonizing them? Because they have to make an identity also. Like, so the American identity is one that's actually made up. It's made up, and people put it on. But the difference is that it's formed in the experience too, the act of being a colonizer and having to defend it all the time. So that's part of the experience. I'm not saying everyone goes through this, but that's what's really embedded underneath a lot of people's minds. That's why J.D. Vance made that comment where he said, "You don't have to feel sorry for being white anymore in America." He doesn't realize that what he's talking about, that it's not us that you have to appease. You're trying to appease something else. You're trying to appease what's in the back of your own psychology about who you are, your own identity. Don't blame it on everybody else. Look at how you were formed, how you became whole. Look at the pieces, you know what I mean? And actually, I realize people that don't live in the countries that they colonize, they don't have to take on a new identity. They still have the other identity. You see what I mean? Let's be real about it. You know what I'm saying? And so for Americans, they have to take on a new identity. It has to be created. It has to be formed by a whole lot of other things, new things that now matter, not the old things. The old things don't matter. It's the new things. So what is an American identity? What is that? Exactly. And then you realize that, wow, is it a coincidence that most Americans in the U.S. not most, but these MAGA people fucking hate other Americans? Is that a coincidence? And is it a coincidence that they are acting like they don't even know who their own countrymen are? Like, is that a coincidence? Or is that projection? I would say that's worth examining. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying straight up, because that's a lot of wasted energy to not understand yourself. That's a whole lot of projection, a whole lot of wasted energy. And just look at what they're doing. It's a lot of wasted energy. Look at, Dennis, look at how part of your identity, you're proud that every Dane, and not just every Dane, everybody in your country has access to health care, pretty much. Everyone in your country has access to education under the guise of being in the Danish kingdom, a kingdom that your ancestors fought and died for and helped maintain. That's a source of pride. What's the source of pride for the American? So that's something worth thinking about. And I'm just telling fellow Americans, people can see through you like glass. Like, do not go around trying to project strength until you know what your own fucking weaknesses are. Like, it's worth noting. And do not attack your allies until you at least know who the fuck you are. Don't be willing to just take and knock down shit until you really know who you are. You see what I mean? Get to know yourself. That might solve a lot. On that note, I'm out. Yeah, I got to be out. I appreciate everybody. I will be back in 12 hours, and then obviously there will be more news. But until then, my advice to people is, especially in Venezuela, my advice is, right now, Trump wants to tear your fucking country apart. Try to treat each other, especially the group with the power. It might be time that you extend a hand to your fellow Venezuelan. and get beyond the politics for the survival of your country. Like, straight up. Like, get beyond the ones with the power, reach out to the other ones and let them know that they are also fellow Venezuelans. You know what I mean? Like, do that for yourselves. My advice about, Greenlanders, you did it perfectly. I love the statement that is it the Prime Minister now of Greenland made of Greenland. I don't know if it's what they call that post, the highest post in Greenland. It should be the counterpart to Mette Frederiksen here in Denmark, right? He gave a statement, and the statement was, actually spot on statement. I didn't go through that today, but the statement was spot on. I heard it and I thought, like, wow, this is some very sound advice. It's what a leader would do, right? A good leader would do. Not like Donald Trump. And, it also, I think it says a lot. It speaks that statement that he made speaks a lot for who Greenlanders are. Intelligent, level-headed, right? And reliable people, good folk, good people. You see what I mean? Especially when it comes to morals and principles. You see what I'm saying? And intelligence, understanding who you are in the moment, and and what is good versus what is just chaotic and crazy, right? So on that note, I was happy to see that. And but somebody said, who is this? Your host slander Trump. Fuck Trump, man. Who gives a fuck? Look, if you capping for Trump, fuck you too, okay? Really, like, goddamn, man. Don't be so goddamn lazy out here, man. It's really pathetic, okay? So go get somebody, this guy that I told you before, Trump doesn't give a fuck about you. It's nothing worse than sitting around hugging somebody's nuts that has told you over and over and over, I don't give a fuck about you, and you so hard-headed you can't fucking hear it. I mean, you're so goddamn hard-headed. He doesn't care about you. You are paying taxes, and they're using your tax money to invade other places and give the billionaires some goddamn oil in the same country. They don't even have the nerve to help you. Any other fucking citizen that fought and died for the country or grew up and contributed to the country in any other way, just to make sure about basic health care, man, stop it. Just stop the stupidity. Nobody, what are you, a slave? Are you a slave? Like, you just sacrifice and with no expectation of nothing in return to work for you? Like, what the fuck is this? It's a government. The government works for you. It's not your slave master. God damn, man. What the I mean, but this is what's exhibited. Anyway, I'll be back, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be good, everybody. I appreciate y'all so much. Oh shit, hold on. Impeach Trump. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. The United States belongs to the citizens of the United States. We should all have equal say. Trump ain't no more special than the average citizen and the rest of them. You know what I mean? We should demand more for ourselves as Americans, all right? I appreciate y'all. Peace.
When I'm out walking, sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People try to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion. Justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists. Giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world. They want us to do what we're told, like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality
and
this
yes,
day.
The struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Everybody around the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true.
And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets. With the people in the slums and the homeless bums. With degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. And I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink. But I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it